On Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Satellite in my eye, like a diamond in the sky. How I wonder, satellite from the moon and the world your balloon, beeping time for the mother station. Winter's cold, spring they sail, and the cool away by the storm is chasing. Everything all needs replacing. Look up, look down, all around, satellite. Satellite headlines read someone's secrets you've seen. Eyes have been replaced. Satellite dish in my arm. Tell me more, tell me more. Who's the king of your satellite castle? Winter's cold, spring they sail, and the cool away by the storm is chasing. Everything all needs replacing. Look up, look down, all around, satellite. Rest high above the clouds with no restrictions. Television rebounds from the wall, and while I spend these hours, my senses reading, I laugh about this weather and satellite. Satellite in my eyes, like a diamond in the skies. How I wonder, satellite is from the moon and the world your balloon, peeping time for the mother station. Winter's cold, spring they sail, and the
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Okay, you have to give me credit that I have done a really good job this year of not counting down to the end of the college football season.
You have not told us we're a third of the way through, a quarter of the way through, halfway through.
I just kicked
4 games left.
I just kicked that out.
You did. Thank you.
I hinted yesterday that it was sad when I typed week 9.
That is right.
On our college football worksheet. That saddened me because next week it'll be a double digit.
Yeah.
But this is no shot at the league I'm about to mention or anything like that. But the NBA season starts tonight.
The regular season. They've been advertising it?
the regular season, which means we're into basketball season now. And I love basketball. I really do. I love basketball. But that just means we're nearing the end of football season.
Yeah, the only thing I like about the NBA this time of year is, although we do have college football during the week, is you have something to wager on during the week.
Yeah.
Outside of that, basketball needs to start in January.
NBA season starts tonight. Lakers Nuggets 6:30 on TNT, doubleheader night for our buddy Charles Barkley and their crew, and then the Suns and the Warriors late night there. Amazing deal here. We're going to start with this because I was just blown away. I've even got Brown in on this to explain the rules. Because we are, money is whatever whatever world you live in, right? Whatever you make for a living, everybody wants more money. So when I throw these numbers out, it's going to be mind blowing to me because I've played in some card games at Lunsford's before where I may lose $30, $40, $50, $60, and that's a big deal to me. If I lose a $25 bet, it's a big deal to me. For some of you, it's not a big deal. That's a big deal to me. There's a game they play. What's the name of the game, Brown?
Bourrée. It's a French card game.
Bourrée. You ever heard of this?
I have not.
Anybody in the back room play Bourrée? Booooray.
0 for 4.
0 for 4, yeah.
Well, I think it's technically spelled, I think that's the American spelling. You might have seen it spelled Boure, the French spelling Bourrée.
Okay.
So, yeah, we change it here in America.
When it comes to this card game, I saw the movie, Brown read the book.
That's
what
right.
we're going to get to here.
Which is normally not what I do.
Apparently, according to, this is a story that was in The Athletic, there is this game Bourrée where players and teams have gotten into a fight where there were $300,000 in a pot on the table on a flight coast to coast. And NBA players are saying regular flights from one city to the next, players will lose $10,000, $15,000.
Do you not remember the story with Gilbert Arenas?
No.
Yeah. Well, there was a card game like this, and it was a 6-figure card game, and I forgot who it was against. I think it was Jared Crichton, maybe. I think maybe he's killed somebody since.
Wow.
Literally.
Side note.
No, but Gilbert Arenas,
allegedly.
he wasn't going to pay him, and Gilbert Arenas told him, hey, look, I got 2 guns in my locker. You pick which one you want.
Like, which one you want me to shoot you with?
Yeah.
I'll take that one. I like
and
that
I
one.
remember Nate
What?
The water gun, that was good.
when Nate McMillan was playing for the Knicks, I forgot who the big dude was, but he didn't want to pay Nate McMillan, and Nate McMillan was going to take it to the next level. But yeah, these things get escalated, and they are big money games.
Brown, just quickly, for those that don't know, Chris, by the way, from down in Louisiana, says, I've played Bourrée before. My buddy has a group he plays with weekly.
Steve lost a lot in it, he said, when he lived in Louisiana. Big game in Louisiana. It's got the French, the French background, yeah.
But apparently it's one of those where you can match the pot. You bet after every whatever.
So, essentially I deal you 5 cards. Like if the 3 of us are playing, we deal 5 cards. I can keep as many or return as many as I want and get replacements, just like a poker. And you declare a trump suit. So let's say the trump suit is spades. And basically as it goes around, you have to follow suit or play a trump card, but you have to play the highest card in your hand.
Of my 5 cards.
Of your 5 cards. So if we're on diamonds and I play an 8 and you got a 10, you got to play the 10 of diamonds. You have to.
Well, I'd want to because I'd beat you at that point.
Yeah. Well, you can't hold. There's a reason it's that way.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does this have some people we know, name brands?
Yes. Apparently, the most aggressive trio of playing Bourrée in NBA history was the Boston 3 Party. of Paul Pierce. I'm sure he left the game in a wheelchair. Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen, where at points in the game they were betting multiple Rolls Royces.
Yeah.
Well, it's hard to get that in the center of the table.
They were raising Rolls Royces.
My gosh.
I will raise you a Rolls Royce.
Are you serious?
Yes. Ty Lawson apparently.
Hey, and you wonder why NBA players go broke.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, Ty Lawson
A Rolls Royce. How ridiculous.
had the best year ever. He profited a little over $1 million in Boo-ray winnings during the course of the year.
Bet he didn't pay taxes on those.
Well, I assume he did not. But when asked for comment, he pointed to a Bentley and said, "It bought that."
Wow. There's a good expenditure.
I don't know if there's a statute of limitations on taxes, but I would think this could be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I probably would not be I'm with you as public about it as that. Oh no, I made $1 million and bought a Bentley off card game.
I was joking. I'm a story enhancer there. But as everyone's pointing out, there are fights about this. And one of the side notes, because we've got the Birmingham Squadron in town of the G League. Apparently, those poor guys who get called up from the G League and get on the team playing for 10 games or whatever, they get, as I would, get suckered into the game.
Okay.
And it's pretty common that the G League guy loses all of his NBA earnings with his short stint while he's up in the big leagues.
Yeah, no.
One note, no player wasn't named, but it was told to the Athletic that a guy came one time with a whole big satchel, much like the Brown Bandit a week ago, was going to hide in Colombia.
By the way, I'm still eyeballing that satchel. Is the cash still in it?
Oh, well, you'll have to wait till 10:25 and ask the Brown Bandit.
Yeah. So he brought a whole satchel on, and they were like, by the time the plane landed in Los Angeles, he had lost every penny of that bag full of cash, and they had extended him credit, and he had lost that too. And the next road trip had to bring a bag full of cash on just to pay off his previous debt.
I would say this can't be good for the locker room.
That's what started the story. As the season begins, if you see discord on a basketball team, it's likely Boo-ray.
Boo-ray debt.
I believe it.
Yeah.
The worst I've ever seen, I knew, like, growing up in any town, there's the gambling group at the local golf course, right? I mean, it doesn't matter if I grew up in Anniston, it's Birmingham, it doesn't matter where. And there were two guys that were notorious when I was growing up in Calhoun County willing to play. They were the Southern Miss of golf. Anybody, anytime, anywhere for any amount of money. And they played a home and home against these guys over in Cedartown, Georgia, and then they came back to my home course. And it was a cash game, of course, that had a comma in it for each hole.
Wow.
And they paid on the next tee box. Like,
was Will Smith one of the caddies?
They would trade, like, okay, we won that hole. That was worth $15,000, and they would exchange the $15,000 cash before the net.
Did they literally have a bag man that came with them with cash?
Yes, yeah. Wow. That's that's next level, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Dunaway and I have played for a Diet Coke. That's
we used
level.
to have heated Uno games, and really nothing was involved outside of winning.
Yeah, so road trips, and it's always fun. NBA starting tonight. We'll get to football right after. LT tells us about our friends at Michelson Laser Vision to get us going today. Tell us about Michelson.
Yeah, 205-969-8100. That is the number you need to call. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I had the 2200 vision. Legally blind without the aid of contacts. Went in, got the procedure done. Only 12 minutes for both eyes. 2015 vision. Better than 2020. Make that call again, 205-969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Okay, so the biggest story out there in college football, with action returning for Week 9 tonight with a couple of games we'll talk about later, is this Michigan scandal that is now ongoing, and new reporting from ESPN and The Athletic on this, and what could be hard video evidence of them using video devices to record other teams and signals. Here's the details, and then we'll talk about how you feel and what you think can happen. But apparently, Connor Stalions, the staffer at Michigan, who has been suspended with pay last Friday, last 3 years, had attended to or bought tickets for 30 games involving 11 different Big Ten teams. Some of those games he didn't attend in person. He bought the tickets with his personal credit card, according to ESPN, and forwarded those tickets to at least 3 different individuals around the country for them to attend the games. The seats were always usually inside the 40s, near the 50s, high enough up on the opposite sidelines to be able to film the future opponent of Michigan. The games always involved either a team Michigan would play later in the year or both teams that Michigan would play later in the year. And video evidence, security cameras, and other use have people using smartphones or other recording devices sitting in those seats that match up with the tickets that have been purchased by Stallions. Significant video evidence and a paper trail, apparently, is what they have and will turn into the NCAA at some point this week. And this past weekend's Ohio State-Penn State game, according to ESPN's Pete Thamel and Mark Schlabach, there is evidence that Stallions had bought tickets, 2 of them, on each side of the stadium to film the Penn State and the Ohio State benches, allegedly, would be set up to do that. All that said, your big takeaway from this is what?
Paper trail is, I just don't get it. Like, you can get American Express gift cards. You could call a third-party service like an ATIX, and you could be like, my credit's bad. I'm going to go in and pay you up front. I need these tickets. There's no paper trail there.
They are getting a little smarter, though, because keep in mind, Jim Harbaugh bought the cheeseburger on the university card that he lied about. So at least they're one step removed from using the university card. He did his own. But he did create a paper trail, and it seems like they were a little bit brazen about it. Like, if a guy sat next to you and recorded the whole game on video, that would be super weird.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know that I would say anything to anybody, but I've never seen that done.
But the phones are out so much, and Connor Stallions is a young dude, former Marine, by the way. So I
appreciate his service.
Yeah, I don't know if it would look weird maybe if you're sitting there the entire game. I don't know. I will say this: I read a fascinating article this morning, and I apologize. These allergies are some of the worst ever been. Yours bad?
I'm battling.
Yeah. But I read this article this morning where Jim Knowles, the Ohio State defensive coordinator, was interviewed in the offseason, and he said at least 75% of teams are stealing signs or trying to.
In the game they're playing.
In the game they're playing. And outside of that, though, they estimate more than half are trying to figure out ways to cheat during the season.
And Rusty, the chat room, says, I just don't understand why this is such a big thing. It's just scouting. And the reason it's illegal, now you can argue whether it should be illegal or not, but the reason it's illegal is because on the coaches' films they get, they don't have the signals on there, right? That's the way Michigan's going to give Penn State film without, give them film is old, but whatever film they upload into the systems.
The EXO system.
The EXO system. It's not going to have hand signals on it. And the reason he was going was to get these signals, and now I can match it up with the plays, and I got their signals. I don't even have to steal them in the game. I got them.
Hey, last time you guys were in the Rose Bowl was?
2013. Well, it's 2014 technically.
And you guys ever heard the story that Damian Craig was on the sideline stealing all of Florida State's signals? Because, he coached Florida State the year before.
Right.
And Auburn had that incredible first half. Well, I read today that Damian Craig was stealing all the signals. They found out about it. Florida State started using towels to block everything. Jimbo Fisher said, hey, that's part of the game. It's on us to change the signal.
No, that's right. In a game.
But that's in game.
Yeah.
The rules prohibit in-person scouting of future opponents, and you're banned even in games of using recording devices to record the other sideline and break that down. Those are 2 separate rules, and this would violate both of those rules. Some of you in the chat room are saying Michigan should be banned from the playoffs. They should be penalized.
Oh, I'm sure you want that. Here's the thing.
What is the penalty?
I don't know. There's no precedent. There is zero precedent for this.
I think they want to suspend Jim Harbaugh. I think the NCAA does not like the way this first one went down and the way he kind of thumbed his nose at them, and Michigan, to an extent, did as well. And I think they want to suspend him. And I would imagine the NCAA is going to do everything they can to suspend Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Are they able to do it? I don't know.
It's interesting because there's been that theory that he's going back to the NFL for a long time. And I talked to somebody last night that said 100% he will not be at Michigan next year.
Yeah.
Well, according to reports, Michigan, here's the quote, Michigan was working or has been working on a contract extension to make him the highest paid coach in the Big Ten. So they were in the process before this even came out of working on a contract extension to make him the highest paid coach in the Big Ten.
Well, I will say this. Do you guys find it a little interesting and coincidental that Michigan's gotten really good over the last couple of years?
No, I mean, it's wild.
It's 3 years.
Yeah.
In 3 years. They match up exactly to when Scallion started this. And now another Big Ten coach, not a head coach, talking to The Athletic with no naming of him, as sort of a, just a name, not his name, just a Big Ten coach, said that they've been doing this for a long time. That
Michigan has, everybody has.
Doing this
Michigan
for a
has,
long time. But to me, this guy seems to be doing it really well because 3 years, that matches up to all of a sudden Michigan playing a lot better football. I just wonder how much of this goes on all over college football.
Well, again, these paper trails. Another way you could have done this is people still scalp tickets. I mean, there's not a lot of paper tickets, but, this guy is young. He's a grinder. Send him to a game, send him with cash, and buy good tickets.
The most infamous story about this I've heard is 1996 Iron Bowl, I think it was. Bill Oliver had been at Alabama and was at Auburn then. Remember, he had left Gene Stallings and he had gone to Auburn.
Was the interim coach, right?
Well, that was in 97,
okay.
But he was still defensive coordinator at the time. This is before Bowden had gotten fired. This was in 96. And I think that's right. I think I got my timeline right there. No, 98 was when he was interim coach. Anyway, so he's on the sidelines, or he's in the booth with Auburn, and they had stolen Alabama's signals because Alabama not changed their signals, apparently, which is on Gene Stallings. And Alabama realizes at some point in the game we've had our signal stolen. They know what we're running. So late in the game, they start running the play in from the sideline and sending in dummy signals. And that's how they really figured it out, because their stuff started working again, right?
Right.
So they're sending dummy signals in, and Auburn thinks they've got their signals, and they're getting dummy signals. And people are like, well, you could steal them in the game. Why? And that's why, like Lance said, that's why sometimes you see them hold the towel up, right? So,
right.
And that's why a lot of times the home team is opposite from the press box, or is on the same side as the press box. The home team likes to be on the press box side so that the visiting team is the one that's exposing their signals to the coaches' booths.
That's right.
So home teams like to stay on the side of the coaches' booth. You can fix all of this. What?
It's coming up.
Oh, I know, but it could fix all of this if we just do the in-helmet communication the way the NFL does.
Steve Shaw announcing yesterday that in bowl games this year, it had been decided back in the summer before all this happened, non-playoff bowl games, the ones that are there for entertainment purposes only, the non-playoff bowl games will have the NFL-style in-helmet communications as a trial for colleges. There'll be two. It'll have to be agreed upon by both teams, and you'll have a choice. You'll either go the NFL-style in-helmet or the wristband for the quarterback, like pitchers use in baseball with the comm system, where it'll be able to be punched in from the coaches on the sidelines.
Well, if we've got the mic, is there not technology where you can pick that up? I mean, you've always heard if you're going to make one of these calls, make sure it's a hard line.
Yeah, you could probably hack the frequency, and I'm sure that'll be Jim Harbaugh's next move. Is he'll have a guy out there hacking frequencies. The way it works in the NFL is it shuts down with 15 seconds on the play clock.
Right.
So I get from the end of the last play to 15 seconds on the play clock. So I assume you have to have a neutral person to shut that down. That somebody has to do that. So, I mean, it's not cheap or free, but I think it is very inexpensive and would fix all of this.
It's going to be so typical in such a wide open year,
right,
where people are saying Michigan hadn't played anybody. Now everybody's on Michigan's back, that Michigan is going to roll through and end up winning a national championship.
Jim Harbaugh denies knowledge of this last week.
That's a key phrase.
This is just attempts to diminish the team, was his quote on all of this. A couple of more sponsors in this segment before we take our first break to get to Connor Aguera coming up. One of them is our friends at Alabama Power. Listen, you want to manage everything going on with your finances. Alabama Power helps you do that, whether it's payments or alerts that are set when it comes to your power at home. When is your power going to be restored during times of storms? It's all right there. Easy payment methods, as I said. Download the mobile app by searching Alabama Power in your app store, both Android and Apple. Or you can just go straight to alabamapower.com/mobile app, alabamapower.com/mobile app. And also, by our friends at Redmont Vodka. LT, tell us about the great folks at Redmont.
Yeah, fantastic product, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind it. 8 times distilled, gluten-free, available in 22 states. Also available at local package stores, including the Beverage Place, Pink Package. Ask for it by name. If they don't have it, tell them to get it. It's Redmont Vodka.
Okay, the one last thing on this. We know 2 things about the NCAA. Usually they're horrible at gathering evidence, and 2, they're very slow at handing down judgment. Do you think anything happens to Michigan during the course of this football season? And do you think something should happen to them over the course of this football season?
I would say no and no.
I would say, I don't know about should something happen, but I think the NCAA, again, will fast-track this because they got to beef with Harbaugh. And I think they've probably got enough Big Ten coaches that have been barking about this for a very, very long time.
Yeah, but how quick can you fast-track it? You're right. They're slow, and we're sitting here in the middle of October, towards the end of October. There's no way something happens this year.
But I wonder, does the Big Ten get involved to do something?
Yeah. Bill Hancock, by the way, from the committee, says the committee, quote, judges and considers anything that happens in a game.
So, in other words, they could hold this against Harbaugh, is what he's saying?
Well, he says in a game.
Well,
so, I don't know
that
if
is
this
a
counts
game.
in
It was somebody else's game.
Let me bring up one point. We've seen Harbaugh on the sidelines for 4 games. Didn't matter. And the last time Michigan won a national championship in basketball, they had an interim coach.
Yeah. Oh, it would take, to impact the team, in my opinion, it would take
forfeits.
Them being banned.
Yeah. Or forfeits or them being banned.
And I just don't think you can do that to the players.
I don't know. But
so you're going to let future players be penalized? Because that's what usually happens.
Well, you penalize the coach.
You penalize coach.
But that's also going to penalize players to a certain extent.
And the staff. But, I mean, I don't know what you can do to the players.
Yeah, I don't know what you do either.
Yeah. Again, there's no precedent.
Nor do I know how much of this goes on. Because in the old paying players days, the old SMU days and all that, we learned everybody was doing it.
If you're going to turn somebody in, make sure your house is completely clean.
But that was the motto. If the Big Ten coaches have been barking this much about it, either Michigan broke a code, in other words,
they're doing
it beyond what everybody has had the handshake agreement or the unspoken agreement we're going to do, or nobody's really doing it except for Michigan. Now, I don't know, one of those the second one sounds pretty implausible, that nobody else is doing it, right? Only Michigan is doing this. But at bare minimum, if the Big Ten coaches have complained as much as they supposedly have, it appears Michigan went beyond the agreed-upon code by everybody.
Yeah, now this, the only thing that's different to me for this from recruiting violations is this seems to be actual cheating in a game. You know what I'm saying? This is cheating the actual game going on the playing surface, not cheating and getting players. This is actual cheating of the game.
This is the Houston Astros.
Yeah,
this seems a little different.
And guess what happened to them?
It's a great analogy. Nothing.
Well, they've still got that World Series trophy.
They got Dusty Baker as their manager, though.
Not anymore.
Not good in Game 7s, by the way. I don't know if you know this.
Dusty?
When we come back, we'll talk to Connor O'Gara, who has an interesting list about Auburn's offense out today at Saturday Down South. He'll join us coming up. Right here on the show. That's brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light. We're at Bud Light game night Thursday night. Odie's in Homewood. Man, we cannot wait to get there. Thursday night, Odie's in Homewood, 5 to 7 p.m. Our show's live at 6. We've got a QR code where you can get Alabama or Auburn tickets or in the drawing for an Alabama and Auburn tickets at the end of the year. Got to be in person to scan that QR code this Thursday night. Odie's in Homewood, Bud Light game night. Connor O'Gara when we come back.
The Burnout with the SEC Network's Peter Burns and Ryan Brown weekly at Disrupt the Media on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round golf cart is back and is presented by Urology Centers of Alabama. For $89, play Limestone Springs, Cross Creek, The Meadows, and the renovated Woodward Golf Club. $247 in value for just $89. Or get bonus gifts with the Deluxe Golf Cart for $119. No restrictions, good through September of 2024, but supplies are limited. Buy right now at nextround.store.
It's college football time in Alabama. This is Congressman Robert Adderholt. I grew up an Alabama fan, Roll Tide, but my wife, Caroline, grew up an Auburn fan, War Eagle. But no matter who you pull for, whether it's the Lions of the University of North Alabama or the Gamecocks of Jacksonville State or any other school in between, I want to wish all the players, the coaches, and especially the fans another great college football season here in Alabama. I'm Robert Adderholt, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Adderholt for Congress.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemp Hill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090, hemphillservices.com.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
All right. How can I put this? Not a very flattering story from Connor O'Gara to our Auburn friends out there. Would someone make sure Taylor is not watching this in our social media command center?
Well, I think she agrees with him.
You think she agrees? Okay. Or at least go to the green room and get Taylor a bottle of Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila, the best tequila in the world, made with 100% pure agave, exceptional tequila. So unique because they age it in wood barrels over these barrels from the Balkan region of Eastern Europe. Gives it a crisp, robust taste, crystal clear tequila. It is Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila. Brownie, let's talk to the man who has a list.
He's got a list of things he'd rather do than watch the Auburn offense pass the football. He is Connor O'Gara at CJ O'Gara Saturday Down South. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Some might say he's kicking Auburn while they are down offensively. You would say to that what, Connor?
I would say it's a content world that we're all living in. And sometimes this time of year, you got to get a little bit creative. And instead of thinking about the time that I'm still going to have to spend actually watching Auburn attempt to throw the football, I decided to think about everything I would rather do instead of that. And, you know, the list is longer than just 10, but I decided to settle on 10 because 100 is excessive. It's just unnecessary. That would be overkill, in my opinion.
I don't know what you're watching. I don't know if you know this, but Peyton Thorne has gone 100 yards in back-to-back games.
Yes, 100.
Yeah.
LT, have you enjoyed watching that?
No. I mean, I'm obviously being very facetious. This is some of the worst quarterbacking I've ever seen. I said it yesterday. I think Hugh Freeze is, and I forgot the analogy I used, the before and after pictures. You buy a shitty house. It looks awful. You know it's going to look great after. So I think he's showing the Auburn fans this is the before. These are the quarterbacks we've got now. I'm going to play both of them. I'm going to play both every series and show you how bad it is. And then next year, where there's a little expectation, I'm going to show you the after pictures.
Okay, that's one way to look at it. Yeah, I think that Auburn fans, though, have been looking at the before picture since the start of last season. So it's kind of tough. It's one of those... And I watch a lot of these shows on HGTV. There are a few that are really, really good in terms of the rebuilt house that is just stuck in demo mode, right? Like it was going to be a 6-week project. Now it's a 6-month project. these projects that just go on and on and on. And that's what this Auburn passing offense feels like, because I came into the year, in my worst prediction that I had in the entire offseason was Auburn is going to have a top 40 passing offense for the first time since 1997. Hugh Freeze has done this 5 times. He did it at Ole Miss. He did it at Liberty. He's going to find a way to make this work, even though I think tempered expectations are fair for Peyton Thorne. I still said, you know what? They have enough to be able to make that work. They're going to establish that identity. Swing and a miss. It is my least favorite thing to watch, and this is a conference with Vandy playing football. So yeah, take that for what it is.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you. I am surprised it looks like this. I thought Peyton Thorne would be better for Hugh Freeze, though. And how can I put this? He seems to be like when I hired Gus Malzahn, I wanted Gus Malzahn calling plays. Because to me, when you're a head coach, you're either a guy who manages people really well, or you can be both, or you're a great play caller. To me, Gus Malzahn was a great play caller. I want Hugh Freeze to be calling plays. All due respect to Coach Montgomery, I want Hugh Freeze to be the play caller because I think he's great at calling plays. How much of the play calling do you think Hugh's really involved in? I know it's the game planning, but on game days, do you think he's on the headset calling plays, or do we need more of that?
We probably need more of that for this year. But moving forward, guys, look at the way that college football has changed, the amount of commitment that these coaches have to non-play calling duties. Billy Napier is the last coach in the SEC who has primary offensive play calling duties. And remember, Josh Heupel does not call himself the primary offensive play caller at Tennessee. That's Joey Halsley. Last year it was Alex Golesh. They were doing much better with Alex Golesh as their primary play caller, but that's a different discussion for a different time. Even Lane Kiffin says, Charlie Weis Jr., that's his primary play caller. He's more of the CEO. Hugh Freeze was very blunt about him as a play caller, saying he thought at one point he was one of the best play callers in this sport. He thinks that has passed him by. He wanted to be able to take the approach that Josh Heupel and Lane Kiffin have had in this conference. And I think that he has seen the struggles with that in trying to establish this offensive identity. He's thinking macro with this entire offensive outlook. And I understand it from that standpoint. There are things that they could be doing within a given game that would give them a better chance to win football games. But it's really hard to recruit and to tell people in the portal and tell people on the recruiting trail, we're going to throw the ball a bunch if you don't actually throw the ball. And it's hard to get those receivers and those quarterbacks to want to come in. So I think that's the approach, and it's maddening and it's frustrating, and it's something that usually you wouldn't see with anybody but a year one coach.
Connor O'Gara is with us, Saturday Down South at CJ O'Gara on Twitter, and he's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Do you believe there's only one game of data to tell us that LSU's defense has improved? And it was against the offense you're just talking about. So having watched that, do you believe LSU maybe has flipped a little bit of a switch on defense since the start of this season as they go to play Alabama next week? Or do you believe that was just a product of the Auburn offense?
I'll say it in Spanish for you. No. Look, I think this is an LSU defense that we had plenty of. I use that all the time. My wife hates when I say that joke. When we look at this LSU defense, we think, man, they have so many issues on the back end. That's what we took away from that Mizzou game. Who have they played since then that could actually test that? Army running the gun option and Auburn running the passing offense that I think is setting the sport back centuries. Like, there is nothing there that makes me feel like they have figured out that entire group. Now, are they using Harold Perkins in better spots? Yes. If he's going to be used as a pass rusher in the way that he was against Auburn, they have a much better chance of actually looking like a decent SEC defense. But do I all of a sudden think that they have the depth? Do I think that they have some injury issues that could potentially really set them back against Alabama? I do. I think that there are a lot of questions that they're going to need to answer coming out of the bye week about how healthy they are on that side of the ball to make us feel like they can slow down that Alabama offense, which doesn't really panic. It's not a juggernaut by any means, but it doesn't panic and it can light up the scoreboard quickly. And I think that's more so, it's more so about whether or not LSU is going to be able to do that well enough for 4 quarters.
Hey, when we look in the SEC East, what is more surprising, that Missouri is 7-1, 3-1 in conference, or South Carolina is 1-4 in conference, 2-5 overall?
South Carolina. I had South Carolina at second in the East coming into this year. Swing and a miss. Big old swing and a miss. Mizzou was going to be improved. They just had to be. They were number 2 in Bill Connolly's percentage of returning production when he updated those rankings in August. And if you looked at the pieces that they had in place, you thought, you know what? This could kind of work. That was the one projection that I looked at when I did my preseason crystal balls that I was like, dang, Connor, you're going to be way wrong on this. I had them only down for 6 wins. They've already surpassed that. And I didn't feel particularly good about that because of how many teams I thought were close in the East. And I think they've taken advantage of that so far. And obviously their lone loss came in the crossover game. But when they were able to bring in Kirby Moore as their offensive play caller, we all had questions. What's it going to look like? Are they actually going to be able to maximize Brady Cook? What's this Luther Burden transition to the slot going to look like? They've answered those questions. And that's been great. And Blake Baker on defense, They have been really solid for the majority of the season outside of that LSU game. I don't think Mizzou is as much of a surprise as South Carolina being as bad as they are in so many non-Spencer Rattler parts of their game. There are 2 programs that look like they're going in the opposite direction.
We talked a lot in the offseason about how easy Georgia's schedule was. And then Taylor Corn and I took some heat on social media yesterday by not joking, but pointing out maybe Georgia's schedule is the toughest schedule in America the rest of the way. Number 26 in the AP poll, Florida, Missouri at 16, Ole Miss at 12, Tennessee at 21, then Georgia Tech, and a potential SEC championship game with a top 10 Alabama or LSU. Is that a tough schedule? And do you think Georgia drops a game before the college football playoffs?
You bet it's a tough schedule. It's why it's stupid and look, I know he's your guy. I have a lot of respect for him. But when I hear Joel Klatt say in September that Georgia's not getting into the playoff if they lose a game, like, what are we doing here? We're just not going to have any sort of context for this schedule, and we're not going to wait and see how these teams actually turn out to be before making that declaration that the 2-time defending champs need to go 13-0 to get to the college football playoff. Get out of here. I hated that take. I hated that take in the offseason, and I hated that take in September. And what we're seeing from this Georgia schedule is, hey, it's actually pretty good. They're having to go face a Florida team that looks like it's figuring some things out. We'll wait and see how that plays out. They could end up being a 7-5 team still with the way that schedule finishes out. But you look at that Mizzou game, which is all of a sudden a lot more difficult than what we thought it would be. Mizzou helped itself by beating Kansas State in non-conference play. And the fact that you're going to have to still go on the road and face a Tennessee team that, look, maybe they're going to have 2-3 losses, whatever the case, but it's still a schedule that coming up, you're thinking to yourself, and Ole Miss, by the way, who still has 1 loss and is in the top 15, it's a schedule that you're looking at saying, I don't know how many teams would get through this unscathed. The fact that they have to do it now without their best player, to me, that takes this into a different conversation. I'm not worried about style points for evaluating Georgia. If they get through this unscathed, which I think that they're going to find a way to do that because I think other guys are going to step up in that passing game, I'll be thoroughly impressed. And to me, that they will definitely have a loss to give if they can do that.
I mean, I agree with you. I think a 1-loss Georgia can get in. I'm taking a lot of heat because I'm back on the LSU bandwagon. If LSU runs the table, they beat Alabama on the road, they beat Georgia in the SEC championship game, I don't know why we can't have our first 2-loss SEC champion get to a college football playoff. Would you agree?
I won't eliminate that possibility. Now, where it gets murky is if Florida State has 1 loss or something like that, and then that would kind of block them because they would have the head-to-head and one fewer loss. And history tells us if you have fewer losses, that's just going to play really well for you. It's not actually always the head-to-head thing in the playoff, the way that you can kind of look at some examples where it hasn't always benefited the team with the head-to-head advantage with the same amount of losses, but with fewer losses, it's different. Yeah, I won't rule that out. I still think defensively, though, I don't think they're going to get to that place. I still think that they have too many issues on the back end to be able to run the table post-September against this conference to beat the likes of Alabama in Tuscaloosa and to beat Georgia, to me, would be a really, really tall task with what their limitations are. As great as they've been offensively, better than I could have ever imagined with those receivers, with Jaden Daniels playing at the level he's played at. But yeah, that possibility still exists. Now, if we have a bunch of Power 5 teams that are undefeated, that's not going to happen. I don't think we will, but you can't rule them dead just yet.
We were talking about the Michigan sign stealing investigation before you came on. You cover college football. Do you think something will happen to Michigan during the course of this season that could somehow limit them or prevent them from making the college football playoffs?
No, I don't. I'm not holding my breath on the NCAA to do that. This is the same organization that told us in a press release we are overwhelmed by the waiver process of transfers, and that's why we're creating the portal. They took a year to respond to a non-bowl team, Nebraska, having practices in a park. This is not a group that's going to act quickly. And if I'm a Michigan fan, I'm like, all right, cool, congratulations. Like, rule on us whenever you want. This is not going to happen anytime soon. So what if this may be a little bit Watergate-ish? All the President's Men, one of my favorite movies, very underrated movie over the course of history. But I think that this is still one of those things where we're like, do we really expect the NCAA to act swiftly and to step in mid-November and say, oh, actually, you have a postseason ban, you can't go to the college football playoff? No way. There's just absolutely no way they're going to be able to conduct this thing in a manner that probably satisfies the anti-Michigan crowd.
I always thought All the President's Men was very well regarded. I didn't know it was an underrated movie.
No, it is.
It's underrated by my generation.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Is what I meant to say.
Dustin Hoffman, Robert Redford.
Yeah,
Wow.
good cast. Yeah, well, the Youngs like Connor. The Youngs.
He just drove
Yeah,
by.
I know.
I mean, he cuts Clad off at the knees.
Yeah.
Now he's calling us old.
Making fun of me failing Spanish at Jacksonville State. I mean,
Did you understand his joke?
I really didn't. I just laughed because everyone else was.
Yeah. Hey, and by the way, I appreciate you going retro All the President's Men's glasses from back in that era too. Way to go.
Hey, we try and bring it back as much as possible. That's one of those movies that I will stop and watch every single time. I think it is that good. And to me, there are so few movies that, and you think about how quickly they made that, the turnaround of what that was post Watergate. They didn't even wait a full 10 years to make something that good. To me, like that is really, really tough to do.
Yeah. Now, Woodward wrote the book pretty quickly, didn't he? I mean, I think Woodward's book was out within a couple of years of it happening.
Was it Woodward or Bernstein that was with Nora Ephron for all those years? Somebody's going to look that up. Somebody knows that. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. Talking about a power couple.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that. All right, he is Connor O'Gara at CJ O'Gara on Twitter. Saturday Down South is where you read his work. Connor, thank you very much for the time. Have a great week.
Gentlemen, appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Connor with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Dumb Jim question of the day. Nora Ephron, Zac Efron's mom?
Yes. 100%. And that's their kid, Bernstein and Nora Ephron.
So Bernstein has fantastic abs?
Heavy B.
Show being brought to you today by our wonderful folks at Legacy. Listen, whether it's something for the house or the holidays or, some expense, if you need extra cash handy, look no further than Legacy Credit Union for whatever loan your lifestyle requires. It only takes a few minutes to apply and request the amount you need to give you peace of mind. Apply online today, legacycreditunion.com/join, legacycreditunion.com/join, federally insured by the NCUA. Interesting questions about Georgia's schedule there. We'll tell you that Kirby Smart said yesterday that Brock Bowers is around the team. Does not talk about him practicing or anything like that, but he's around the team a lot. Would not speculate to go into the details leading into the Florida game. No one on the table expects him to play this weekend, right?
No. I think the soonest he's going to be back is SEC Championship.
Yeah, I agree with Lance. If he, in fact, did the tightrope, I don't think there's any chance he's back before Georgia Tech. I think any SEC player that I'm aware of that's had it done, it's been a minimum of 4 weeks out. Unless I am missing one, I think the expected return is 4 to 6 weeks.
Maverick says Woodward and Bernstein are the predecessors to the crappy, change of word, tabloid news we received today. Jay Price, every reporter gets a hard-on, actual words, for Al the President's Men and wish they could break a story like that. From the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room.
There are not many stories like that out there. The President of the United States actively cooperating in a cover-up.
Our show is being brought to you in part today by our friends at Odie's, LT. We're getting ready for a big week at Odie's with trivia at one location and then Bud Light game night at another.
Yeah, every Wednesday night, trivia at the Odie's, Crestline Village. This Thursday, we'll be at the new Odie's in Homewood for Bud Light game night. Get there early, enjoy some of the incredible food from Rodney Davis award-winning wings, delicious burgers, incredible sandwiches like that Diablo sandwich, ice cold beer buckets full of Bud Light inside or outside of the patio. You can enjoy this fall weather. Get into one of those two locations today. Go see Will Avery and that great staff. It's Odie's Tavern.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Football season is here, and Legacy Credit Card is just what you need to manage your spending safely and wisely. Credit cards offer better consumer protection against fraud when compared to a debit card, which is linked directly to your bank account. Legacy offers rates as low as 8.9% APR on credit cards compared to major card providers who advertise rates as high as 29% APR. Look no further than Legacy. Open a credit card online in minutes at legacycreditunion.com/join. APR's annual percentage rate, rates, and offers subject to change. See website for details. Federally insured by NCUA.
The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 4 area golf courses for just $89. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Limestone Springs, Cross Creek, The Meadows, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $247 for just $89. Or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for just $119. It gets you all 4 courses with cart, plus an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt, koozie, golf tees, and a sticker. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2024. Get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
Approaching the top of the hour. I love it from across the room occasionally when we run to the bathroom to commercial breaks a lot of the times.
And that is literal.
And we do because it's a long run. It's a long run. Sometimes it's a dash. But when Brown comes back, we have the headphones that you hide behind us, and it's awkward to get in these high chairs and plug this thing back in. And I always hear Brown occasionally when it doesn't go exactly right. Dang it. Across the hallway, and then he disappears. He drops something.
I dropped something I had to pick up, yeah.
That happens. LT and all of us are excited about lanceslock.com. If you watched our pre-show last night to Monday Night Football, I was all in, and I made the bet on Yursek. Was that his name?
Yeah.
Juszczyk.
Kyle Juszczyk.
Yeah. By the way, scoring the first touchdown.
Had 9 touches the entire season.
Yeah.
Well, it was a gamble.
Yep.
It was a gamble.
That's why you're getting 33 to 1.
Yeah, that's right.
Lost it.
You did lose it. Yeah, in fact, the 49ers themselves didn't score the first touchdown.
They did not. I didn't factor that in, Brown. I should have mentioned a Viking.
Right, yeah.
Should have mentioned a Viking in my conversation.
Would you have gone Jordan Addison?
Well, somebody was high on Jordan Addison.
Yeah, that's what pisses me off. We went through this, and the only thing I had played last night was Jordan Addison's over.
Oh, I thought you said you played.
I ended up playing
Brandon Ayuk.
I played Ayuk after we talked about it.
He had 5 catches for 57 yards in the first half and didn't touch it in the second half.
And I was wondering. See, I didn't get to see one snap. I was at one of these long 3-hour dinners. I don't know if you guys have ever been to one of those.
I have, yes.
But right when we sat down is when they kicked, and so I'm like leaning over, looking at my phone the entire time. And we did not get up until the game was over. So I did not see one snap of last night's game. But at halftime, I was like, I've already got Jordan Addison.
Yep.
Ayuk's got 57 yards. It's going to be hard for him not to pick this up. So I thought he might have gotten hurt.
I only threw 10 to win 330 on the first touchdown on the fullback. But I had a nice little Jimmy wager by my unit standard on the over in the American League Championship game, which
that's
flew out of the ballpark.
I felt good about that with the 3 spot early on, but then you sent me the text.
I sent him the text.
Easy over.
I said easy over. I think we were like the 4th inning.
So 2-0 last night, Lance's lock. It looks like we're only going to have one play tonight after going through all this.
You know what you could do.
QR code right there.
Yeah, lanceslock.com. On fire right now. 3-0 NFL weekend.
So jump in on
4-0
that.
if you can Monday Night Football.
Show being brought to you in part by our friends at the Pants Store as well. Your game day headquarters, Alabama and Auburn game day polos, hats, and quarter zips. Choose from famous name brands like Gentile, Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Elephant Head, Taylor and Mick, and more. And ladies, weather change coming at some point. Still beautiful weather for the games, by the way. Both Jordan Hare and Tuscaloosa this past week. Perfect weather for football, both the day and night games. And the rompers were out, the skirts were out, the clear bags and the booties. You get all that at Pants Store. Find any of your game day locations in Auburn, Crestline, Hoover, Huntsville, Leeds, and Tuscaloosa, or anywhere in the world. Pantsstore.com, pantsstore.com. Rockstar, cut number 3. Yesterday, down at the Birmingham Quarterback Club, you get Nick Saban on a bye week like we had Hugh Freeze a few weeks ago. Nick Saban has been so humorous this year, so funny with the media this year. And another good moment yesterday, I think you'll hear the question in this. He gets asked about, are there analytics telling you when your coaching staff sort of needs a break? Here's Nick Saban.
Is there an analytical way of knowing whether your coaches are at their peak or need a little break too?
I don't know. Is there an analytical way for anybody to know whether I need a break? You ever think of that? I mean, we got all these young bucks out there coaching. I know they don't make them like they used to. All right, but you ought to be worried about me, not them. Shit.
Okay. Thanks, Coach.
Different Nick Saban. Man is retiring after the season.
I hope not. I hope he keeps winning with his personality.
I hope he coaches another 10 years.
Yeah, that is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I just don't ever remember that Saban.
Yeah. No, I mean, he's I mean, the cigar moment with Jenny Dell.
Jenny Dell. Did you see how much Milroe laughed at that? I mean,
Yes.
he could not stop laughing.
Because he put it in his mouth for a second.
Yeah, he walked away, stuck it in his mouth.
And ran off the field with it.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting there from Nick Saban yesterday.
I mean, I've heard from a lot of people in college athletics that the coaching calendar has never been more demanding than it is right now.
I mean, there's not a day off.
There isn't a day off. I mean, when you've got the transfer portal, that changed everything, really. And then you couple NIL with it, where I got to keep all these guys happy. And
that's the problem. And you got guys, your own guys, shaking you down.
That's right. And
like, okay, I got 100,000 this year, but you know what? I performed.
Yep.
Give me 500,000, or I'm going to transfer to NC State.
Yep. And now the NCAA is giving you 2 signing days. You used to just have the 1 signing day you had to work towards. Now you got 2. And it feels like, and maybe I'm just wrong about this, Lance, but it feels like you're recruiting in advance more than you ever have.
Oh, yeah.
And by that, I mean, like, I'm having to, try to convince 8th graders and freshmen to commit to me now, or, to at least consider me here. It just seems like you're way out in front more than you ever have been.
Well, in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Brody's saying basketball is just as bad, if not worse.
It is.
The difference is the numbers. I mean, you've got a much smaller roster. You got to balance.
You do, but you also, I mean, you look at what Nate Oates has done, basically flipping a roster, Bruce Pearl to a certain extent. I mean, basketball I think the difference I think it's harder in football in the transfer portal to flip your roster to a championship contender. You can do it in basketball. It's not easy, but you can do it, I think. Because in basketball, you get two studs out of the transfer portal.
Yeah.
If you've already got another stud on campus to go with them, you're in really, really good shape.
But the difference is first-year coaches have to use the portal massively in college football. In basketball, you've got to recreate your roster every freaking year. Every year, it's almost a overhaul team. Every year.
What the big difference is,
and Nate this year had to do a coaching staff on top of that.
See, but Rick, John Calipari was already doing that. He was already recreating his roster every single year.
Yeah, that's why he should be having more success right now.
Wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
Because he was already doing it, and just out of the transfer portal, you would think he would be able to couple that with his recruiting and be dominant. But he hasn't been able to do it. And that's the thing. Basketball was already having to do it because of the one and done. Football, in theory, you got a guy there for 3 years when you recruited him in the past.
One more big thing, speaking of transfers and such like that, after I tell you about Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, just a fabulous human being. He and his wife run this company, Storm Restoration Roofing. You may know him as Greg from Pell City. You'll see his picture here with his truck with our logo on it, his logo on it. There's the phone number to call for a free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531. Free no-cost roof inspection. You can also look him up, Greg from Pell City, on Facebook. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him, and it helps you so much. Kevin, one of our viewers, just had Greg out yesterday, and the fact that Greg worked so well with his insurance provider, the whole roof replacement just went so much smoother. Get that kind of experience with Greg from Pell City. Free no-cost roof inspection, no obligation, 205-542-3531, or Greg from Pell City on Storm Restoration Roofing. There are so many rules in the world, but the one I heard about yesterday, and I instantly said, that cannot be true. You've fallen into something. Maybe the kid is eligible next year, but he cannot be eligible this Friday night. But according to reports, there's a player from Spain Park High School who has moved to Alabaster and is eligible immediately. Lunsford, am I right about this? Eligible Friday night for Thompson.
So it's supposedly 48 hours after officially making the move and settling down and all. According to AL.com, I tried to go find the rule, but the AHSA website's terrible, so I couldn't actually find the rule. But if they're reporting it, I assume people like Ben Thomas and all that know what they're talking about.
Who's the kid again?
Jared, what's his last name? Smith. Jared Smith.
He's the top prospect for Spain Park, right?
Yeah, he's the number one edge rusher, I believe, in next year's class.
Look, Jared Smith, number one edge rusher next year's class, transferring from Spain Park to Thompson. They're in the same region, right?
Different world.
Well, they've already beaten Spain Park this year.
Yeah.
And should he play, he will have played Hoover twice this year because Thompson's played Hoover and Spain Park's already played him.
Okay, is Thompson Hoover this week?
Yeah.
So Thompson and Hoover this week. This guy leaves rival of Hoover and has changed within the region to play this weekend, Friday. Brown, I remember a baseball coach at Hoover High School who just happened to coach a player on his team that made the U.S. national team, and they had
he got suspended a whole year.
The coach had to miss the whole year by coaching one of his players on the U.S. national team. What are these rules?
Well, here's what I would ask you guys, what kind of money could be behind this? Because in college football, we know it's a billion-dollar industry now. So to pay these players, but I mean, what are you getting out of this?
Let's just on the surface say there's no money involved in this, okay? Because I don't know there is. Let's say it's a legitimate move from one neighborhood to the next neighborhood. I feel like in my set of rules,
you're still grandfathered in when you start the calendar year at that school to continue throughout.
Yeah, if his family moved to Alabaster, he could still finish up that semester at Spain Park.
I would expect you, I would say by rule, if you continue to want to play football, you're going to have to play at Spain Park because that's where you started the season.
I agree.
Like we got a fantasy football league up here. And I don't know when the trade deadline is, but if it ain't soon, I'm going to start getting upset because you can't wait until there's some bad teams and then you guys are going to start colluding and be like, hey, give me Jordan Jefferson when he comes off the injury list. I'm going to take him. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's in fantasy football. I cannot imagine in real life a kid who plays one Friday night for another team and then playing somewhere else.
Well, I can't imagine this kid wanting to leave his teammates.
I don't know. I've never talked to him. I thought myself, oh, there's no way this story is real. There's no way. You can't do this.
100%, yeah.
You can't do this. It would be like all of a sudden the kid who plays Auburn this week for Mississippi State, or maybe he played for Ole Miss last week. Now he's going to play for Mississippi State this weekend. Yeah. Back-to-back games at Jordan-Hare Stadium.
It's wild, yeah.
It's insane.
Don't forget, team had to forfeit a game earlier this year because they gave kids gift cards to B-Dubs.
$25 gift cards, right?
To B-Dubs.
Yeah. I mean, that gets you about 10 wings.
I mean, what are we doing? What are we really doing?
In the same region as Thompson and Spain Park, by the way.
Yeah, it was Tuscaloosa County, right? Now, they eventually got the game back, I think. I think they eventually reversed that. But still, I mean, what are we even doing here, man?
Jay Price says, so is this kid signed with Alabama yet? I'll point out that big defensive lineman Peter Woods from Thompson, you saw him in Clemson Orange last week. At least for the time being, five-star Peter Woods.
Yeah,
left Thompson, didn't go to Tuscaloosa.
And Thompson player just committed to Auburn yesterday too.
Yeah, so. Caleb Harris, 3-star safety to Auburn yesterday.
Has Thompson hit you up for an NIL donation yet for their collective? I mean, I know you're a face of like.
Have you not spent time on the Jim Dunaway photo deck?
I have not.
In the press box.
So you're part of the collective.
No, Jim
now?
Just pays me.
In next round gear, nextround.store for that. All right, top of the hour. When we come back, Clay Travis will join the conversation. We'll ask Clay about this Michigan thing. And listen, will you ring the bell? Just ring it or get a buzzer, flash the lights if Clay mentions officiating in this Alabama game.
We don't want to break the lights.
Like, if he mentions officiating in this Alabama game, I'm going to walk off the set.
Okay.
I bet if we don't bring up Alabama, Tennessee, I bet he won't bring it up.
If he brings it up, he will say something about officiating, and I will walk off the set.
Okay, if you guys don't bring up the game, if we talk about other things, which there's plenty of things to talk about, I bet he won't mention it.
Milo's is introducing loaded fries. They've done that. You've got a picture coming up in your screen of their crinkle-cut fries topped with queso, bacon, jalapenos. That's the Mexi fries. The saucy fries, 100% pure ground beef, grilled onions, Milo sauce, and queso. Download the Milo's app right now. Use the promo code NEXTROUND to try one of their new loaded fries for free. It's the Milo's mobile app. Promo code NEXTROUND, and you get one of those loaded fries for free with our friends at Milo's.
Subscribe and set alerts at Disrupt the Media on YouTube.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Do you need extra cash handy? Look no further than Legacy Credit Union for whatever loan your lifestyle requires. It only takes a few minutes to apply and request the amount you need to give you peace of mind. With affordable low rates and manageable payback plans, a Legacy Lifestyle loan is crafted just for you. Apply online today at legacycreditunion.com/join. Lifestyle loans from Legacy. Terms and conditions may apply. Legacy is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from the Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we roll now to Clay Travis, who's going to talk to us about everything going on in sports, including the Michigan investigation that is about to crank up with the NCAA right after LT tells us about Hydra Live.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, compression therapy, all under one roof. They're open 7 days a week. New location in Hoover right there, Greystone. Also, Homewood, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Mention Next Round to check out. Save 20% off any of their great services. You can't make it to Hydra Live, a nurse can actually come to you. You can follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hydra Life Therapy. For more information, HydraLifeTherapy.com.
All right, Clay Travis with us, founder of Outkick at Clay Travis on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing fantastic. Thanks a lot. I know you've got a bit of a connection with this Michigan program. Your wife went there. You've followed them, got family up there. Look, there's obviously something there. What do you think is a potential outcome in the near term for this with Jim Harbaugh in Michigan?
Nothing. Who's going to do something to Michigan? It would require the University of Michigan basically deciding, hey, in the middle of what might be the best season we've had since what they won the title in 97, right? So in the middle of the best season we've ever had in 25 years plus, and with the best team and with Vegas having us as the overall favorite to win the national championship, we're going to somehow submarine those chances. I mean, if you're the president or the board of chancellors or whatever they have to run at the University of Michigan, they would all end up getting fired if they made that choice. The NCAA has no power. No one respects them. The Big Ten, honestly, has got a new commissioner that I don't think is going to want to rock the boat like this. And honestly, the Jim Delaney precedent when it came to Terrell Pryor back in the day, and I know that seems quaint in many ways, but here's a question for you guys. Name a conference, name a team that has ever been taken out of, you certainly remember the Cam Newton mess, that has ever been taken out of a championship run over an allegation of impropriety in the middle of the season.
I can't think of one.
I don't recall it ever happening. So I don't think anything's going to happen in Michigan.
What about Connor Stallion, though? Is this the guy that falls on the sword? They probably give him a nice...
First of all, I don't get this whole concept of, and again, I'm reacting to only what has been publicly out there, but the guy goes and records sidelines.
Yeah, he gets the signs for the plays, yes.
Yeah. If your signs for the plays can be determined that way, I don't understand. Like, that seems like it's on you to me if you're not altering what the plays are. And I find it hard to believe that if it's that huge of a competitive advantage, that other teams wouldn't have tried to do it in the past. I mean, the SEC is the most competitive conference in college football. We all know that there have been players getting paid. There have been rules getting broken for generations. And you're telling me no SEC program ever thought, hey, let's just put a dude in the stands and try to get the signs from the other team? Again, I'm not enough of an expert on sideline communication to know how common this is, but I find it hard to believe that Michigan, uniquely compared to everyone else, has engaged in this behavior and no one else has.
Steve Shaw says that the bowl, they'd already decided this back in the summer, in the non-playoff bowl games this year, if both teams agree, they will try the NFL style in-helmet communications to see if it's the future of at least the Power Five. Do you think that's where we're headed?
I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't do that. I mean, I guess maybe like communication potential issues. I'm not an expert on the technology that's required, but it doesn't seem like it becomes an issue very often in the NFL. But yeah, that seems like a natural way to help solve this issue going forward.
It seems like every minute since Harbaugh took this job that people have said he is going to leave and go to the NFL. Now, I have recently heard that is fact, that he will be in the NFL next year. Never really believed it until I recently heard it. Your thoughts on Harbaugh, this being his final year?
Well, I mean, if he beats Ohio State for a third straight year, and if he takes Michigan to the playoff, and, given the lopsided Big Ten East and Big Ten West, if he goes on the road and beats Penn State and then beats Ohio State, I mean, they're going to be 13-0, I think. They're already 8-0, hit the bye week. So I think, look, that doesn't seem crazy to me. I don't think he wanted to go with his tail tucked between his legs. So I think probably if there were some sort of significant punishment that were coming, what Michigan would do is try to wall off this season, protect this title, and then fall on their sword in a post-Harbaugh universe, which isn't really fair to everybody else. But I mean, Big Ten titles, national championships aren't that common. You got a half one for Michigan in '97 that I believe they split with Nebraska, and then you've got a couple that Ohio State won, the one that they stole from Miami on the late pass interference call back in '02, if I remember, and then what was it, 14, the year they beat Alabama down in New Orleans, and won as the 4 seed with Cardell Jones, if I remember correctly. Those are the only three big, really 2.5 Big Ten titles in like the last 45 years or something. I mean, obviously Nebraska and Penn State are now in the conference. But my point is, I think Michigan will do whatever they can to preserve this potential title run.
If you were, Clay Travis is with us. He is with Outkick, and he is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. If you were a Bears fan, be a Bears fan for a second. I know you're a Titans fan. Be a Bears fan. And your team is going to draft quarterback.
That sound effect, by
that was Dunaway. Dunaway. It was not computerized. I know you might be confused.
We paid $500 for that sound.
Yeah.
So stop.
It was a cocaine bear.
It was very AI, I know. Yes.
So you're a Bears fan, and you're going to draft quarterback, and you have fired your head coach. Would you want, because there are also reports from L.A. that Lincoln Riley is ready to test his hand back in the NFL, perhaps with whoever drafts Caleb Williams. Would you rather have Jim Harbaugh or Lincoln Riley if you were a Bears fan?
Harbaugh.
I mean, he's already done it in the NFL, right? I mean, Riley might be the sexier guy.
Yeah, but look, Lincoln Riley still has never figured out the defensive side of the ball. And so, I mean, if you told me, hey, we have a stud defensive coordinator and Lincoln Riley is and this guy's a veteran of the NFL and he knows what to do, and Lincoln Riley's just going to stay out of that and he's just going to focus on quarterbacks and play calling, maybe. But Harbaugh's already taken a team to the Super Bowl. And he's been able to adjust on the fly. And frankly, until this year with J.J. McCarthy, he's managed to win in college football without having an elite quarterback, which is pretty hard to do. And so to me, I would totally rather have Jim Harbaugh than I would Lincoln Riley.
Look, I know it wasn't a great look in the Coliseum this past week with Caleb Williams. And I know the reports have come out over the last couple of weeks that he's asking for equity to whoever drafts him in the NFL. That's not Caleb Williams asking for equity. That's Dad. That's representatives I have never seen people completely do a 180 like they have in a week. From a guy that was, Notre Dame fans are running up trying to get selfies with him and taunting him after the Notre Dame loss, to people saying he's one of the more selfish players in all of college football.
Well, first of all, I think you're right. Whoever is advising him is obviously a moron, because no player can get equity in the NFL. I don't think any player in any pro sport is allowed under collective bargaining agreements to get equity in the team while they're playing. Post career.
Yeah, that is correct, because, major conflict of interest.
Yeah, and also everybody would want equity, right? That's, you want to own something. That's how you get super wealthy, as opposed to just being an employee. So put that aside for a moment. That's just ignorance. And so, I would like to think that whoever is going to ultimately end up advising him is smart enough to know basic rudimentary collective bargaining agreement aspects of the NFL. But look, the thing that everybody's been talking about is, should he sit out? I saw that, which is crazy, but was inevitable, right? As soon as you're saying, hey, I'm not going to play in the bowl game, at some point you start to ask questions. Okay, your team is not very good. You quit on the regular season too. And by the way, I think this will cut both ways when next year we go to a 12-team playoff, because it's going to keep more teams alive, but I think it's going to make rivalries matter way less. You guys haven't even asked me about Tennessee, Alabama yet, but in a 12-team playoff, there's a good chance, if both teams are good, that they're going to make the playoff every year. And the same thing could be true of Alabama or Auburn, or Alabama and LSU. Like, that will become very common. And I think who wins the SEC championship and who wins in the regular season will matter way less. Nobody really cares who wins the AFC South. It's all about getting into the playoff and how you do once you get there. And we've seen that happen in college basketball. The reason why I bring it up is I can see that cutting both ways. Because once your team has like 3 or 4 losses, if you're an elite player and you have no chance at making the playoff, why in the world would you care? And I think these conversations are going to become far more common in the years ahead, as also the money continues to grow. Now, I think there's a different standard, for instance, with Brock Bowers, right? If you're already injured, if I were Brock Bowers' dad, I'd be like, dude, you've already won 2 national championships. Unless you come back at absolute 100% health, I don't know what you gain from coming back to play the final 4 or 5 games, even with Georgia there. In other words, I wouldn't rush back if I were him. And I think those conversations are going to become more common. Now, NIL is also complicated. Caleb Williams may be obligated. We don't know. He may be obligated to finish the regular season for what he's making now. I think the reports are, he's making $3 or $4 million. He's got the Nissan deal, the Wendy's deal. I don't know if they write in, hey, by the way, dude, you can't decide to walk away, 2/3 of the way through the season. I would want that if I were Wendy's or if I were Nissan.
Since you brought it up, this makes back-to-back years you've cried after the outcome of an Alabama-Tennessee game.
No, do not cry at all about this year. I think Tennessee is now even with Alabama, and I think that's got Alabama fans all rattled. Because you guys correct me if I'm wrong, how many teams have come in and done to Alabama and a half what Tennessee did in the first half the Nick Saban era?
Well, technically Ole Miss did.
Wow.
This year. They didn't score as many as Tennessee did. But.
No, that was nowhere. That was nowhere near. Like Ole Miss, what was that? 7-6 at the half or 7-3?
But a 14-point loss can't be a moral victory.
Yeah,
no, I don't believe.
He did go moral victory there, didn't he?
My God, halftime. No. If you're betting on the first half, that was a great win for Tennessee.
That was a great play.
Yeah.
I think Alabama fans are rattled. I think they're really rattled. They know that Tennessee is now even with Alabama. If you look at total yardage in the past 2 years, I think Tennessee's like up 50 yards. It's functionally even.
You haven't gone back and looked at this, have you?
I certainly did. This was this is a totally different game. You don't have Hendon Hooker, who's a very good quarterback, and Bryce Young, who's a very good quarterback. You got, 2 guys who I think everybody would acknowledge are nowhere near as good. Don't have as many good wide receivers, don't have as many good playmakers. Defenses are probably better. I think Tennessee will beat Alabama next year in Neyland. And I don't remember the last time I was this comfortable and confident about that. Now, I think Tennessee's going to beat Georgia. Tennessee might lose to Kentucky or Missouri, and this is the rub now, right? Tennessee, Josh Heupel has got in year 3 Tennessee to an elite level of play in Neyland. 13 straight home wins. It'll go to 14 next week, and then Georgia will come into town for a Neyland game. And I think Tennessee will win that game. But the challenge is Tennessee is still average, I would say, on the road. And in order to go from good, which is where I think Tennessee is now, top 20-ish program, consistent, to great, you've got to start winning. Now, they beat LSU and whipped LSU on the road last year, and that was a good win. But there are too many halves, like we saw the second half or like we saw in the first half against Florida on the road, where Tennessee just doesn't play at the level that they should, or at the level that they would if they were in Neyland. So, Tennessee, they are really optimistic. They think Nico is going to be a first-round quarterback. Like, they think he'll play 2 years. He'll be the best quarterback that Tennessee's had, honestly, since Peyton Manning, based on where he is right now.
Boy, I'd put him in right now then.
Yeah, well, why the hell are you not playing him?
He's not ready to go. Joe Milton wasn't the reason Tennessee lost at Alabama.
He didn't play great in the second half.
Didn't play great, but I actually would put the second half, if I had to put blame on somebody, on Heupel. I think if Heupel doesn't go for it on fourth down late in the third and pins Alabama deep, I think Tennessee is still up. I think it would have been 20-17 at that point. I think Heupel got a little too aggressive, and could have coached a little bit more conservative in the second half. And Tennessee would have had a chance to win it in the fourth quarter. They still did, but would have had a better chance. But I think, look, he's built the program to where they are the equivalent of Alabama.
Next year in Neyland, I'll take Alabama more passing yards for $100 right now than Tennessee passing yards. Just saying.
I'll do it.
Okay.
And I'll give you a stake bet, straight up.
Okay.
Tennessee will beat Alabama next year.
Oh, just straight bet, not even Alabama quarterback passing for more yards.
Don't even need to look at the stats.
Right.
Just know you're rolling into Neyland and you're rolling out with an L. Straight up.
That's right.
Right. So hey, don't you think, though, for Tennessee to be even with Alabama, they've at least got to get to Atlanta?
Well, yeah. Look, that is – but again, I don't know. Like, if Tennessee had beaten South Carolina last year, which is the game, if you want to point to a game in the Heupel era that's the most disappointing so far, that performance. If Tennessee beats South Carolina, they're in the playoff. I actually think, again, Atlanta is not really going to matter to me very much in the 12-team playoff. I just want to be in the playoff. Now, if you're like, oh, you got to get to Atlanta to win the SEC championship to be the overall number 1 seed, that makes it more likely. To me, Atlanta is going to become, and I think this is true not just of the SEC championship, but Big Ten championship, Big 12, like all these conferences, the goal is going to be to make the playoff. And so if you told me, hey, Tennessee's going to go 10-2 and they'll make the playoff next year, I would sign up for it in a heartbeat, not even caring how that then means that they're going to be slotted in the SEC. To me, the 12-team playoff is going to change the way that a lot of people talk. And I think it's actually going to diminish individual rivalries, but it's going to be better overall for football because, again, the amount of attention and interest for a 12-team playoff is, I think, going to be through the roof. But individual games, I think, you'll move on faster like you do in the NFL. Like, Brown, you're a Dolphins fan. I'm sure you're disappointed that the Dolphins lost on the road at the Eagles, but you're like, okay, we got to go back. We got to just get better, and let's get in the playoffs.
Yeah,
and see
still got the division lead. Yeah.
So I think that's going to change things. I actually would rather have a larger playoff. I've said this for a while, and not even have conference championship games. I don't mind if 2 teams finish 10-2, give them co-championships. I'd rather expand, and I don't think they're going to do it because they make too much money off of it, but I'd rather have a 16-team playoff, for instance, and do away with the college championship games completely.
Before you go, do you have a relationship with Elon Musk, and is that a real story that he offered the folks who run Wikipedia $1 billion if they change the name for 1 year from Wikipedia to Dickopedia?
That is really funny. I guess it depends on how expansively you define relationship. I have spoken to Elon Musk before. He has retweeted and or responded to me on Twitter before. But I don't know if that – I mean, that's probably stretching the definition of a relationship to claim we have a relationship.
He is clear.
He would know my name. Let's put it that way. If you said Clay Travis, I think he'd be like, "Yeah, I know that guy."
Is that a real offer? Is that a true story?
I mean, I mean, when you've got $200 billion, first of all, they're not going to do it. But that would not surprise me.
Oh, they might for $1 billion. They hit me up for $10 every other time I Google something.
It's only 365 days.
This is where I give Elon Musk credit. A lot of people have FU money, and they're like Mark Cuban. They're curled up in the fetal position, afraid to basically say anything of any substance. Elon Musk has got FU money, and he's not willing to say FU. So, I mean, and he's willing to say FU, which to me is the only reason to have FU money.
He is Clay Travis, early stake bet on Bama, Tennessee next year. Outkick at Clay Travis on Twitter. Thank you very much, Clay. Have a great week.
All right, y'all too. See ya.
All right, Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He brought it up himself and never once mentioned officiating.
Yeah,
I was
hats
surprised.
off.
I was surprised by that.
No officiating.
Yeah, I even baited him in with the fact that he cried after the game.
Yep. So if you ran Wikipedia, which is free and it's amazing
for $1 billion,
hey, you can call me Dick. Hey, I will legally change my name.
Yes,
yeah.
To
I'll change my kids' names.
All right, part of the show being brought to you by our friends right there at Hemp Hill Services.
Hemp Hill's got a great deal right now for the month of October. If you mention next round, when you call the guy, $69 fall tune-up, 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free Wi-Fi upgrade and 10-year labor on any system replacement. That is for the month of October. Running out. You've only got a week left. Call today, 229-29. 2090, that's 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Patrick says Richard Taylor has a nice ring to it.
You can name me anything you want.
For $1 billion in a heartbeat.
When we come back, it's that time again. Upset alert. I have not seen the limo pull up yet. We'll see if he makes it here in time. Maybe he's stuck in traffic. The Brown Bandit off loss last week.
Yeah, he had South Carolina. Tough one there.
South Kakalaki didn't get it done.
South Kakalaki did not get it home.
Yeah, I missed Auburn by a half point. Just a half point.
I got a winner.
You got a winner. All right, we'll do Upset Alert next. Stay with us.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
As summer starts to fade, get ready to welcome the arrival of fall. But hey, it's not just football season making an entrance. In the world of pest, it's fall invader season. Hold on tight because we've got 4 major troublemakers stepping into the spotlight. Box elder bugs, kudzu bugs, ladybugs, and stink bugs. These pests don't just knock, they barge in like they own the place. But fear not, dial up Wayne's Pest Control now, 865-588-6686, and let's show those fall invaders who's boss. Don't let pests crash your party. Take charge today.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
Football season is here, and Legacy Credit Card is just what you need to manage your spending safely and wisely. Credit cards offer better consumer protection against fraud when compared to a debit card, which is linked directly to your bank account. Legacy offers rates as low as 8.9% APR on credit cards compared to major card providers who advertise rates as high as 29% APR. Look no further than Legacy. Open a credit card online in minutes at legacycreditunion.com/join. APR's annual percentage rate, rates, and offers subject to change. See website for details. Federally insured by NCUA.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Upset alert time. Rockstar is going to hit the big button in just a second after I tell you about today's spotlight sponsor, and that's our friends at Way to Wellness. Man, that thing's been working overtime because the folks at Way to Wellness, I mean, I've just enjoyed the weekends like nobody's business. I've been craving chicken fingers watching football lately. Hand-cut chicken fingers from my friends at Champy's. Had a platter of those this past weekend. Sitting there watching the game when I got back. I love they make the honey mustard.
Yeah, I'm a honey mustard guy.
Yeah,
I could do barbecue or ranch, but I like more of the Chipotle ranch.
Yeah, the honey mustard it makes down there is just unbelievable down at Champy's. But our friends at Way to Wellness, who I'm talking about right now, mouth-watering from the chicken fingers, they keep me at my range of weight around 184, which I love. That's what I wanted to get to from 216. They helped me get there. More importantly, blood pressure's in a good place. Cholesterol's in a good place, all because of the plan I'm on with Leslie and her board-certified team. You see the name up in the corner of the screen. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Their phone number that you want to, well, just, how about this? Just go to this website, aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. That'll give you all the information you need to know about Leslie and her board-certified team. But the things I can tell you, no contract, no sign-up fee, and your first consultation's free. So no out-of-pocket money to learn about what Way to Wellness can do for you. And other than the blood pressure, cholesterol, it can help you jumpstart your weight loss, too. It's perfect to start this time of year. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Hit the big button, Rockstar. Let's get to the upset alert today.
The College Football Spotlight.
Sound the alarm. College football's upset alert.
Oh, my one-game win streak ended last week. By half point.
A half point, Jim.
I lost
That's why they
Auburn.
put a half on there.
Half point, I lost Auburn.
Well, that was a...
There's a scoreboard. Lance picked up a couple of points with a BYU cover.
Oh, they won the game outright.
Won the game outright, but it was not outside of the 6.5 point range, so he didn't get the bonus point.
Easy winner, though.
Easy winner there for him, which in the old days, that's how I played it. I stayed in that 3.5 to 6.5 range, picked an outright winner, tried to go 2 points at a time. I've been swinging deep all year long. I'm dead last. I'm going to swing deep again, guys, with my upset alert. Listen, so there's 2 teams tied for the longest losing streak in college football right now. Sam Houston is one of them at 7 straight games.
Yeah, and I find it hard to believe you're going to pull a team out of this.
Sam Houston, I did not go with because I don't know how to draw a bear cat with a K.
Well, and here's another problem for Sam Houston. I think Sam Houston's favored this week.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't look at that because I wasn't going to draw a bear cat with a K.
They're -3.5 against UTEP.
But one thing you know about the righteous gemstone with a J is that I'm a patriot, Brown. And back in the 1700s, there were a group of these people that helped produce our great country. 7-game losing streak right now. Ends this weekend in a battle of Minutemen versus Army. On the road, give me UMass plus the 10.
Boy, that's neat.
Taking on Army. UMass plus the 10. Taking on Army.
Can't believe you're going against the United States Military Academy.
But it's the Minutemen who helped produce it all, my man.
Oh, okay.
Do you think you could have read a book by the time you've put into this year?
On the coloring of Well, that's not really my best one, to be honest with you. I messed up the S's. The S's are not easy to do. Plus 10 right there. UMass wins the game outright against Army. Coming off a SEC battle on the road, I think Army going to be a little banged up. UMass gets the upset.
You know, when I initially saw this number, I thought it was too high. But the more I look at this game, the more I like it.
Oh, yeah.
And I think this is going to be the time. We've talked about two Bo Nixes. Good Bo and bad Bo.
That's right.
And bad Bo typically shows up where?
On the road?
On the road.
Or at the least convenient time, altitude games?
On the road.
Right.
One of the most physical teams in all of football. They're depleted, but they find ways to win. Give me the Utah Utes.
Boy, you love the Utes.
Hey, this was first draw, too.
That's a good one right there.
I left it, too.
That's a good draw, man.
I never went back and erased anything.
That's a good draw.
So I put a full 3 minutes into that.
Yesterday, I thought that was a layman play when I was listening to the show.
But when I looked at the number, you start to break this down, I think this is when Bo Nix and coaching, when Dan Lanning, some of these mistakes he makes, this could be really, really magnified against a guy like Kyle Whittingham.
Yeah, what was your reaction when I said Oregon is favored 6 at Utah, Dunaway? Give me your, see if you could do your reaction again.
Oh, man, I'm getting 6.5 points with Utah?
That was when I thought, well, that's a layman play, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're calling the shot over Oregon.
Well, it's an elimination game. It's
loser leaves town. Loser leaves town.
Yeah. I think the loser will leave town. That's a tough place to play, too.
It is a tough place to play. Yeah.
All right, technology's out of the way.
Got to make room.
He's entered the arena. Please welcome the Brown Bandit.
Guys, I'm not going to lie. Tough week last week. Tough week. Had South Carolina on the road at Missouri. I think it was 24-0 at one point, if I'm not mistaken.
And you lost a bag of cash.
Well, Jim, since you brought that up, guess what I got with me today?
Another bag of cash?
He's pretty strong to be able to sling that up. I'm afraid you'll tear a rotator cuff.
The same bag?
What was in this bag last week? Do you remember there, Rockstar?
A bag of cash.
Losers.
It was $100 bills.
$100 bills.
That's right.
How much was it?
It was all the winnings I had from the week before in $100 bills, a suitcase full, and I hid it in Columbia, South Carolina.
Did you make 2 trips?
And said, whoever can find it, right? You know what's in my bag this week?
The same amount of cash because somebody found it.
Regret.
Because South Kakalaki couldn't find anything last week.
All my personal belongings because Miss Bandit kicked me out of the house because I bet all of our savings there on last week's game. So do any of you guys have an open bedroom this week? I'm only going to need it this week.
LT
do you,
does.
Lance? Yeah, all right.
My son doesn't sleep in the crib, so you got that.
Do you mind taking that to your house for me, please? Appreciate it.
Yeah. Do you like dogs?
Yes. I love dogs.
You like
For
dogs?
No bed, it'll sleep with the dog in a heartbeat.
Those little bastards.
Yes, I just don't want to get peed on or pooped on.
Yeah. You okay with getting humped?
No, we cut that junk off. He's got like an empty marble sack now. Red Rocket only comes out about once a week.
Brown Bandit versus Bullet. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, so we're going to go out west for a late game this week, and this is a good Mountain West matchup, guys. UNLV, a surprise team this week.
Bowl eligible, man.
6
wins last week.
Barry Odom's done a good job out there at the Running Rebs, UNLV. They play Fresno State on the road, and I was stunned to see that Vegas is not taking this game seriously.
Oh, I love this pill.
And they have played it at UNLV, catching 9. UNLV catching 9. They're just giving it away now. And I do believe, Jim, that is your best drawing of the year.
Oh, well, thank you.
The UMass.
Yeah, I'm not happy with the A. It didn't match up to the M, the S.
Then it goes the S's, but okay.
I need a little bit more of my ass.
Yeah, you're just not happy with the ass.
Yeah.
Lance, I do believe in one try that Utah Ute is as good as you could do right there, plus 6.5.
Yeah. By the way, 26-2 their last 28 home games over the last 5 years.
Utah is?
Yeah, catching points. This is kind of a kick in the balls, kind of disrespectful.
Oh, I agree completely, yeah. I think I've got my best drawing of the year, too. I am going to take the Running Rebs of UNLV plus the 9 and a hook. Rockstar, they are handing out points to this game. They're just handing them out. 9.5 of them, in fact.
Take them back. I don't want them. Put them in that suitcase of yours. I don't need them.
Put them in that suitcase with all my worldly belongings. 9.5 points. You don't need them. UNLV wins outright. It's my Lance, can I stay in your bedroom game of the year.
Wow. Don't get a lot of those, but hey, Barry Odom's done a hell of a job.
Yeah,
really
I'm used to a king size bed.
That's a tough job.
You have a king size bed?
I actually do have a king size.
Well,
yeah.
All right, I'll be in there tonight. Until UNLV covers Saturday.
The lip on your Rebel looks like some of the dolls that used to show up at Rockstar's house.
Hey, I got a feeling this could be a Mountain West elimination game, by the way.
Oh, yeah. These two teams are right there in the lead of that.
Yeah. When the lines came out, Brown, honest to goodness, when I first saw that, when I was doing the TV, the worksheet for the week,
right?
I saw, man, sneaky good game. UNLV Fresno State, 9:30 FS1.
9 full points right there.
Yeah, that's a good game. And I thought to myself, UNLV is good enough to beat them.
Oh, they
are. It's a great play by the Browns.
They're going to win outright. Not only good enough to beat them, they're going to do it.
We got to keep up with how many. When Dunaway endorses great play by the Bandit.
He's 0 for 2.
Yeah, I think I heard that last week.
South Carolina and whatever the first week was.
Yes.
Yeah, you're 0 for 2 when I like it, but I do like this one.
Yeah, first week was North Texas. I remember that one. That hurt.
If I had not prematurely started drawing mine because I was about 5 minutes late this morning to work, I didn't make it.
5 minutes late.
Did you report yourself?
I guarantee you it's early in the day. I don't even have it on my sheet, these two on television, UMass and Army. I bet it's early in the day because
it is an early game.
Yeah, 11 a.m. Because I was going through mybookie.ag, finding a line I like, and I didn't even get past the 11 o'clock window.
Boom, we're there.
I'll draw that one.
Yeah,
not going to draw a Bearcat with a K. All right, that's our upset alert today. All our plays right here, and we'll see if we get any winners out of that. LT, did you go? Yep, 6.5. Everybody's going for the super dog this week.
Super dog.
Part of the show brought to you by Dr. B. He's got LT's hair dialed in for the rest of the football season.
Yeah, I'm going to get the Sensus Transdermal Infuser this Thursday. Looking forward to that. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary, as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Call today. Book a consultation, 205-319-0316. Again, since I went to see Dr. B to where I am right now, my hair is more than doubled in thickness. 3 non-invasive treatments per week on the couch, 30 minutes each. That's it, 205-319-0316 or t3hair.net.
You can't ignore the elephant in the room. Watch it at Roll Tide Pods on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The next round golf card is back, and it's presented by Urology Centers of Alabama. For $89, play Limestone Springs, Cross Creek, The Meadows, and the renovated Woodward Golf Club. $247 in value for just $89. Or get bonus gifts with the Deluxe Golf Card for $119. No restrictions, good through September of 2024, but supplies are limited. Buy right now at nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 4 area golf courses for just $89. Get 18 holes in cart at Limestone Springs, Cross Creek, The Meadows, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. A $247 value for just $89. Get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Back with you on The Next Round. Show being brought to you today by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com, the great folks at Johnston RV.
Jimmy D, you know what Johnston RV Center just did, right? They went on the road because here's what they want. They want to make sure they've got the absolute best stuff for you to choose from as a customer. So they went to the Forest River Expo. And that's where you see all the latest travel trailer, fifth wheel, toy hauler, motorhome floor plans. And that's where they're able to say, this is what our people want. And they get those on the way. And all that means now for you is they got to make room for them. So the Call of Fall campaign is going on. That's got great savings on many different lines to get you camping this fall. Fifth wheels discounted more than $50,000. Travel trailers starting at just $179 a month with approved credit. That's all on the hills of the Forest River Expo. Don't forget, they love the military just like we do on this show. In fact, Dunaway looked through all the picks. Is like, let me find 2 games that involve military, the U.S. Army and the Minutemen of UMass. That's how much he loves the military. We know you make America the greatest nation in the world. No questions asked about that. And they know that at Johnston RV Center. So they give great discounts for uniform and retired military, active duty or retired. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Forrester, do I need to set up this Jeff Traylor soundbite with what the players did?
No, it's he kind of explains it.
Okay, so it's self-contained. I don't need to talk about anything they did. UTSA head coach Jeff Traylor took an unfortunate motivation tactic to his Roadrunners this week that ended up causing him a little pain. Here is the Roadrunners coach. Listen in.
Did I hear right? You smashed your finger on a cheese trap today?
Yeah, we passed out about 112 of them. Loaded them all up. No, we unloaded all of them, but one of my smart aleck seniors loaded his back up and put it up on the podium where I speak to the kids, and I put my hand there, and it's it looks like my pinky got smashed by a hammer, but it would have killed a lesser man. But I'm okay, JJ. I appreciate you asking.
So I like me some Jeff Traylor. By the way, I told you guys a couple weeks ago they're about to roll. They will not lose another game this season.
Oh. Right.
And if Frank Harris doesn't get hurt early on, I think I'm right. I think they go 11-1.
Okay, so back to the story, though. If you didn't get all the details, he passed out mouse traps, the coaching staff did, to his team not to take the cheese about how good they're going to be down the rest of the way. They're going to win the rest of their games, all that. Don't eat the cheese. You're going to get your head caught in the mouse trap.
God, that would hurt.
Then they took them all back up, but one of the seniors reloaded it and had it sitting on the podium, and it literally smashed. It caught him when he put his hand down, didn't know it was there, and it snapped his finger.
That's quite a prank.
Yeah, but those things I would imagine hurt like heck.
Have you ever seen what it does?
Yes.
To
a mouse?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It snaps that neck immediately.
It does, yeah. It's a game over for the mouse. If he gets his head in it. Now, if he can get it to where it's just got his tail, he's got a chance to get out of there. But, boy, if it's head, it's over.
Yeah, so that's a little bit of a painful payback. I'd love to see the stadiums that kid runs later on. Jay Price, not a fan. He says it sounds more like a high school coach, something he would do.
Well, that's what that guy is.
Yeah, he really is. He owns it, too.
Yeah, I mean, he was a high school coach just a few years ago.
How much for the rat trap, though, to put your finger in it?
Oh, no.
Oh, there's a price.
There's a
Jim.
price.
Don't act like there's not a price.
I mean, I'd put my junk in it for enough.
Okay, well, what's the price for that?
That $1 billion.
Okay. Then for the finger, I'll do $250,000.
Damn, I'd do the finger for $2,500, I think.
$2,500?
Yeah. It's probably just going to break the finger.
All right. Do we set up a GoFundMe right now and see?
No, we did that with the cat food, and then whoever put the money in bailed at the last minute.
There was all kinds of controversy.
Yeah, but that was back when we were.
Terrestrial radio.
Yeah, and I think somebody said we couldn't do that. One of our bosses, and we had to reel it back. Yeah, you eating the cat food was going to cause some kind of problem if you died.
Well, yeah, I don't think cat food would kill you, though, would it?
I don't know. I can't. One of the reasons I don't have cats is I don't want to feed them, because anytime I open a can of cat food, have you ever smelled that stuff?
Oh, yeah. Look, I guess you don't know what's going to kill you or not. I saw somebody died from a lemonade at Panera Bread.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't see it happen. You read a story. I thought you were saying you saw it happen.
All right. So, Rockstar, give me cut number 8. What's going on at Arkansas? It's pretty amazing to me that you could fall out of favor so quickly with Sam Pittman. Our coach's hot seat watch today brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's, where they have a great collection of watches and other things.
Yeah, I got to spend a lot of time with different employees from Bromberg's from Sunday night to last night. Just a great place, great people, family owned and operated since 1836. They are your diamond specialist. Again, the holidays right around the corner. If you're looking to pop the question, go see them. 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view everything online, brombergs.com.
I just don't remember it being like this back in the 70s and the early 80s, that you've had such a good couple of years, or okay couple of years by Arkansas standards, and now you have to endure these kind of questions, I guess, until you get fired, right? Brian Harsin from very early started at Auburn. Billy Napier, even Dabo's getting these type questions now. Sam Pittman this week at his news conference in Fayetteville. Listen in.
How much are you looking to have a hand in the game plan, or are you just sort of there supervising what he's doing?
All of it. I mean, it's my butt on the line, it's all of us. I don't worry so much about losing my job. I worry so much about losing the building's job. We got buyouts and all that kind of stuff. I don't want to buy out. I want to win. And so I'm not saying I'm the know-all answer guy, but I damn sure need to get involved more, and that's what I'm going to do.
I sort of like that attitude there, that I want to be involved more with Sam Pittman. But he's very honest in his comments, and I think he's a good coach. Jeff, I agree with you. Nick Saban raved about him when Alabama beat him the other day on how hard he gets his guys to play for. But in addressing a late, they ended up punting, I think, on a 4th and short the week before. I don't think it was this past week. Maybe it was this week. No, it was this week. It was Saturday, because he ended up firing Dan Enos. He said, I didn't know whether we should go for it, not go for it. I didn't want to burn a time out there in case we needed him later on, so we just punted. Didn't know what to really do there in that situation. And those kind of comments, they don't play well, I don't think.
No, they don't. You've got to be – that's the key to being a coach, is being in control of those situations there. And they've lost 6 straight. They are 2-10 in their last 12 in conference. And that's – I don't care where you're coaching in conference outside of maybe Vandy. That's going to catch up with you no matter how popular you are or once were. When you've lost 6 in a row in your last 10 conference game or last 12 conference games, you're 2-10.
Yeah, but Arkansas has to realize who they are. You have to. You've been in good situations, and then you've been in bad situations. And this is actually not right now at this moment. You've been in a good situation for Sam Pittman based on Arkansas, what should be realistic expectations. Sam Pittman, I agree, I think is a good coach. I love the accountability. I love the fact that he's saying, I don't want to buy out. I want to win.
Yeah. Speaking of that buyout, though, this is from The Athletic. Creativity on both sides on his buyout. From 2021 to now, if he's 500 or above and they buy him out, it's 75% of his salary. If he's below 500, it's only 50% of his remaining salary.
That's conference record or overall record?
Overall record. And and this is since 2021, the only game he has to win the rest of this year to remain at the 500 level, it would put him at 19-19, I believe, if my math was correct, is a win over FIU.
Yeah.
And if he beats FIU, then it's a 75% buyout, which will put him at $16.1 million, according to The Athletic.
So he's currently 18-14. since 2020. So it's after 2020, right?
Yep. So if he just wins one more game, that gets him to 19-19.
Yeah. So he's 18-14. So he's got a little runway here if he wants to get that 75% buyout.
If they fire him at the end of the year, a win over FIU, it's $16.1 million, and if they fire him before that, it's $20 million before the end of the year.
So that's a $4 million game for Sam Pittman.
Yeah, I don't know how these last 4 games go, but if you go 2-2 down the stretch, 3-1, there's no chance I'm firing this guy. I don't know who they get.
In the same story, how Jimbo Fisher would get his money, right? And I'm not talking like the brown bandit in a brown suitcase.
Ski mask and a gun?
Within 60 days, he would get one check for $19.2 million. One check for or a direct deposit for $19.2 million within 60 days of his termination. Then, for the next 8 years, he would get $7.2 million a year. More than most people are making coaching football right now. For 8 years.
So 7.2 over 8 years. What's that going to be? About 45 million, roughly.
8 times 7 is what? It's
56.
I'm sorry, 56 million. Yeah. So it's going to be 56 to 60 million.
I mean, it's not quite Giannis money.
No, it's not.
It's 62 million a year.
But I was going to ask you, where is that number to make all this one lump sum for you? I mean, where do you think that is? I wonder where that is for Jimbo.
I think 55.
If I'm A&M,
if I'm Jimbo, I really don't want to endure another offseason and then preseason expectations. It's time to move on.
Yeah, but see, that's why I bring up that point, because you always say you think they're going to do it at this year.
I do,
and I think those are manageable numbers at that point, Brownie. All right, we gotta pool in $19.2 million.
That's right.
Right.
For now, that's all we need right now.
And then it's $7.2 million for the next 8 years, once a year, which will be nothing for the Texas A&M folks.
Yeah.
So that's manageable. That
is a manageable buyout. There's no doubt. Essentially, it's a $20 million buyout up front.
Because I think, to your point, I think the Gus Malzahn buyout or the Brian Harsin one of them was a full payment.
I think it was 2, but it was 2 big ones.
2 big payments. It's not over the course of the contract.
Yeah, that's right.
The contract.
Yeah.
So that I think it was the Brian Harsin one, and maybe the Gus one too, was 2 big checks.
Yeah.
And that's different. I mean, if you had to pay $19.2 million within 60 and within 180 pay the other $56 million, that's different.
Yeah.
But,
and again,
laying it out over 7, that's just basically having another $7.2 million employee on the contract.
And there's a chance you could get Jimbo to agree to less than that for a lump sum on the remainder of those payments.
Like he won the lottery.
Yeah, like he won the lottery. And if you wanted to do that just to save overall money. So they do have some options there, which is interesting. And I would agree it makes it far more likely that he gets bought out. Because if I'm a booster, and I know these businessmen don't think this way, but if I'm a booster, I'm thinking, that's $20 million. That $8 million, we're going to get that back in TV money for this next SEC contract once that ESPN deal starts kicking in.
That's right.
And we're getting that money. So this is now, you can get in trouble thinking that way, obviously, because that money gets spent in a lot of places.
That's right. That's right.
By a lot of different people.
Yeah, you have a lot of people saying, well,
we're getting that money.
We built that whole extension on the stadium.
That's right. Yeah. Well,
with that money.
Right. We were spending that SEC money. No. We're spending on Jimbo's buyout now. Yeah. Well, how are we paying for this?
Yeah, we've already built this new stadium. I don't know if you
remember, but we took on a significant amount of debt to pay this.
By the way, if you're following along, we could be without these coaches next year in coaching. By the way, Tyler Booker coming up in the next segment, Alabama offensive lineman. We'll get to him. Nick Saban, you think he retires?
I do.
So we could be without Nick next year. Dabo Swinney is in play, whether he just gets fed up with it all and wants to not coach anymore in this college football world, or maybe he goes to the NFL or something. And now Jim Harbaugh and Lincoln Riley. Is there a world you really believe that next year we could, in college football, be without Dabo Swinney, Lincoln Riley, Jim Harbaugh, and Nick Saban?
Yeah, I think so. And I think the best job available might be A&M based on this. The expectations are high, but if you go in there and you win a championship, they're going to pay as much as any of those other institutions. But if you win a championship, you immediately got a statue.
Okay, with that in mind, I didn't factor in Jimbo at Texas A&M. So you're telling me
that's what I said. Yeah.
So you're telling me there's a chance that we've got job openings at Texas A&M, Clemson, USC, Michigan, and Alabama in the same cycle?
Yep.
So your Clemson thinking is he just retires, or he takes?
He looks like he's about to get his ball and go home.
He takes the A&M job or something like that.
Well, I remember Coach Stallings, who Dabo looks up to.
Yeah.
He left Alabama because he was just tired of the BS.
Yeah.
He was tired of Backrath and, some of the fans who weren't happy just winning 10 games anymore. He was just tired of the BS.
Hammerfist.
I'll just go back and live on my farm.
Maverick Hammerfist over the Vulcan Tire and Automotive is saying A&M gets Dabo.
There are rumors of that out there.
I think a couple of years ago, A&M fans would have been excited, but with his inability to accept the current landscape of college football, if I'm A&M, I don't want him.
If in fact he is a hard no on NIL and transfer portal and all that,
can't take him.
I wouldn't want him.
Remember at SEC Media Days in Atlanta, not this past year in Nashville, before Kirby won his second one, there was talk about he was burned out after the first one.
Yeah, it went back to something he had said at a quarterback club, and he said it got misrepresented.
Yeah, but then he won the second one last year, and every time we've seen him since then, he seems rejuvenated.
Right.
Just crazy how it's all rolling along. But they make so much money now, they don't have to keep coaching like they used to for so long. All right, top of the hour, we'll talk to Tyler Booker when we come back. The show being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. For over 50 years, Wayne's Pest Control has been serving our communities by doing what they love. That's providing world-class pest control and termite protection to those they care about the most, and that is all of us, their customers. In a way of saying thank you, Wayne's wants you to get $50 off your pest control and $50 off your termite protection. All you have to do is go to this website, callwaynes.com. callwaynes.com. This includes existing customers. Callwaynes.com. Enjoy $50 off pest control and termite protection, and check out that lawn care service while you're there. Callwaynes.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live. Mention next round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. Hydra Live's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
DryTech Water Restoration is a locally owned company that specializes in mold remediation, fire and water damage cleanup, and SteraMist services. DryTech's goal is to provide clients with expert guidance when dealing with any home disaster. DryTech's highly trained specialists are available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. They will work closely with you and your insurance company to make sure the process is stress-free as possible. Call DryTech today, 205-637-0143. The moment you discover damage to your home, DryTech's team will handle the rest. Do you need extra cash handy? Look no further than Legacy Credit Union for whatever loan your lifestyle requires. It only takes a few minutes to apply and request the amount you need to give you peace of mind. With affordable low rates and manageable payback plans, a Legacy Lifestyle loan is crafted just for you. Apply online today at legacycreditunion.com/join. Lifestyle loans from Legacy. Terms and conditions may apply. Legacy is federally insured by the NCUA.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Red Wing Shoes is pleased to announce the Ultimate Fit and Comfort Savings event during the month of October. Mention the Next Round and receive a special discount of up to $30 off. Visit your local Red Wing Shoe store in Pelham or Trussville to have your feet electronically measured. A certified fit specialist will then recommend the proper footwear and orthotic to ensure you receive a comfortable pair of boots or shoes. So be prepared as the fall weather begins to change. Enjoy a pair of classic Red Wing Pecos pull-ons, Heritage Iron Rangers, or Vask hiking boots from Red Wing.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Two pretty good football games tonight of interest. New Mexico State, Louisiana Tech, 6 o'clock CBS Sports Network, 5-3 versus 3-5. But the juicy one is 6:30 on ESPNU. 5-0 Liberty, a slight favorite on the road at Western Kentucky, who is only one loss in the conference there. So a little conference battle for first place there in Bowling Green, Kentucky, Western Kentucky. 6:30 ESPNU, Brownie.
All right, let's go to our guy Tyler Booker, the Alabama offensive lineman, joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He joins us each week courtesy of Craneworks and RentalWorks. The big guy says, look for the big dog. It is Craneworks and RentalWorks. Tyler, welcome in. How are you today?
I'm great. How are y'all?
Doing wonderful. Thanks a lot. That game Saturday did not start the way anybody in Crimson wanted it to start. And in fact, you went to the locker room with it 20-7, and it had not been your team's best performance. Can you describe the locker room to me at halftime? Because we've heard something that Nick Saban said. What did the coach tell the team at halftime? What was that locker room like?
We weren't where we wanted to be, but we knew we had a whole other half of football. And that's what Coach Saban really reiterated to us. Like, we're going to make the adjustments. We just need to play to our level, and we'll win this game. We still told us that we believe that we win this game, you know? And not just win the game, but beat the other team. Like, we have to beat them, and we beat them in the second half.
Did he tell you that you were not going to let Tennessee smoke on your field?
I don't remember him saying that exactly, but that was pretty much the message.
Hey, most people say this was the best 30 minutes of Alabama football this year. Have you guys processed that, talked about that, and said, hey, how do we do this for 60 minutes?
We have, and it's just execution. You know, when we turn on the tape, we could have had that second half football in the first half, where it has to be 11 people doing the same job when they're supposed to at a high level all the time. You know what I mean? So that's just going to come with more time and experience. I know I've been saying this since Texas and USF, but like execution, we just have to figure out how to execute at the same time. We all live and execute at the same time, because when we do, it's evident that great things happen.
I'm interested because you had told us this was possibly your first cigar. What was it like? Will you smoke a second one, not involved in the Alabama-Tennessee rivalry?
It was a great experience. The vibes in the locker room were amazing, and later on in life, I definitely will smoke another cigar away from the Tennessee Alabama rivalry for sure.
Tyler Booker is with us. The Alabama offensive lineman joins us each week, courtesy of Craneworks. The big guy says, look for the big dog, Craneworks and RentalWorks. So what mindset would you characterize your team being in heading into the bye week? Obviously, I know you need it physically, but mentally, where is this team heading in?
Mentally, we're confident. You know, like that was a big game for us. We've really been looking for the opportunity to really prove who we are and prove how good we are on the national stage. You know what I mean? For us to do it that way. In the second half was great, but you just have to focus on carrying over momentum. You know, like this was a big one for us. This was a get-back game they got us last year. So to be able to go out there and beat them in the second half was great, and that showed us how good we can really be. Like, the sky's really the limit for us. It's just about how soon we can all decide that we're going to execute for 60 minutes.
The three of us have been doing this for a long time. So we've covered your coach since he landed on the tarmac way back 17 years ago. People now are saying he looks like a different coach. He seems like a nice guy now. Can you tell the difference just from last year to this year in Nick Saban?
I can't really tell the difference. Coach said people see him getting older, him getting softer, but I don't see that at all. Coach Saban is still the same guy, still got the same fire, still a great motivator, still the great coach that he is. He just gets better with age.
Tell me it's on the schedule as a bye week, but I know you guys do pretty intensive work, especially on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then maybe you get a weekend off to go home or something. tell me what this no game week is for you as far as the work level, and do you get a chance to go visit family or friends?
For me, so we'll practice on the front end of the week. So as far as practice goes and work goes, we're going to definitely focus on getting better and take advantage of the days that we have. You know what I mean? We're not focused on going home or being where our feet are, and just focus on going in today, tomorrow, and Thursday, and getting as better as we can within those 3 days, and then we'll worry about that later on. But yeah, we're just going to go over some of the things that we struggled with during the first half of the season and really hone in on those things to get rid of those problems and continue to just get better as a team. But me personally, I'm going to go back up to Connecticut and see my family. See my little brother Mason play. I haven't seen him play all year, so I'm excited to see how much better he's gotten as well.
Is there one meal you have to have when you go back home? Is there a meal that you're like, man, I miss that from home?
Pizza. I'm from New Haven, Connecticut. That's the best pizza in the country, hands down. I'll stand on that.
Yeah.
So,
what makes Northeastern pizza better than what you get down here?
I think it's the water. It's literally something in the water. I think I read about it before. I think it's a certain type of water that only New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut gets, and it has something to do with the dough, and it's great.
So it's thin though, right? So do you fold it when you eat it?
I do. I fold it in the middle.
Yeah, and your perfect pizza has what on it?
It's a little different. I go for chicken and broccoli.
I beg your pardon?
Chicken and broccoli?
Chicken and broccoli, but it's breaded chicken. The breaded chicken and broccoli.
Boy, that's not specific at all. Can you eat an entire pizza?
I can, but I don't think Sammy would like that.
Yeah. That sounds more like soup and bread to me than a pizza, by the way.
Don't knock it till you try it.
Yeah, that's the upset of the day, though. Do you put any hot sauce on it?
Nah, not me.
Okay.
All right, we have a sponsor that has a pizza that has turnip greens, Conecuh sausage, black-eyed peas, and onions on it. Now, I get it without the onions. I don't like onions. But would you try that, Conecuh sausage, turnip greens, and black-eyed peas on a pizza?
I definitely would. It sounds different, but I'm open to it for sure.
Okay. Slice pizza, if you're ever over here, we'll treat you to that.
My favorite at that place is called a Hot Mama. What kind of meat is it? Some kind of spicy ham?
Yeah, it's salami maybe.
Yeah, and it's got goat cheese and Mike's hot honey drizzled all over it to go with the pizza sauce. You like that?
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like hot honey.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
I just got to be honest with you. Ours sound better than yours. That chicken and broccoli, that completely throws me off on a pizza. I've never heard of that in my life.
I'll be sure to send you guys a picture once I get it. I feel like once you see it, I'm like,
okay,
I might have to try it.
Okay.
Do that.
Right,
tag us on social media. We want to see that when you get up there.
So your little brother, you're going to see him. Is he getting recruited right now?
Not yet. He's only in the 7th grade, so he's still playing youth football right now. But he's gonna be a lot bigger than me. He's like physically he's way ahead of me than I was. You know, and I'm glad he was able to come on my official visits with me, so he sees what's available to him if he just puts in the work. So just trying to get him to where I'm at and further.
So he's roughly 14 years old. How big is he?
12. He's about
12.
I want to say at least 200 pounds. At least 200 pounds plus, probably like 5'8", 5'9".
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna be a big kid.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I'd love to block him in junior high football, or try to get past him in junior high football.
Good luck.
Good luck, Tyler. Hey, have a nice bye week. We'll talk to you next Monday. Safe travels back home, and send us a shot of that pizza, okay?
We'll do. Thanks, guys. Y'all have a good one.
All right, buddy. You too. Thank you. Tyler Booker with us, the Alabama offensive lineman, presented each week by Craneworks and RentalWorks. The big guy says check out the big dog for Craneworks and RentalWorks.
Yeah. All right. We're going to get to our 4 downs right here, Rockstar. It's brought to you by the great folks at Slice. We were just talking about all the great pizzas. I threw out the Hot Mama. Soul Pie is what Brownie threw out. Is that right?
Yeah, that was it. Soul pie.
I also like the spicy Hawaiian.
Wing and a Prayer. There's so many good ones. For more information, slicebirmingham.com. People are talking about water in the bread. That is the difference. To me, the crust is the difference for Slice. That's why it's the best. I don't know if they bottle up Northeastern water and bring it down here. They haven't told me that secret yet.
I will tell you this. Somebody told me about another pizza place last week. Don't mention any names. That somebody told me it was equivalent to Slice.
Yeah.
So I said, I'm going to give it a try. So I went by there, got a whole pizza, and I was hungry. Not in the same league.
So not equivalent,
close.
you
Slice,
say?
so much better. So much better. So much better. In fact, I ate one slice. It was almost like I was doing a pizza review. I ate one slice. I went, it's soggy. I did the whole thing. I was like, it's soggy. I took one bite. I threw it down. I was like, 5.4. 5.4.
You would be the worst food critic ever.
The weird thing is he was by himself doing this,
I
too.
did.
Like, nobody can see it.
And I did. And I threw the whole thing away.
5.4.
You don't remember he's got imaginary friends that travel with him.
I did an imaginary pizza review on my platform gym stool, and I threw it all away. And I went home and made a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That's how bad that pizza is.
In your imaginary world, did the owner come out and argue with you, and you go back and forth with him?
First down.
Oh, that's me. First down.
That's you, Jim. You got first.
Right now, because James Madison is not eligible, it is Air Force and Tulane who are in the running for the New Year's Six Bowl bid from the group of 5. Who do you think gets it, and who do you want to get it? This week, Air Force is at Colorado State. Tulane's at Rice. Should be 2 wins.
Yeah, I've said for, the last month that Air Force is going to get it. I think Air Force will get it. Now, Larry, or their starting quarterback getting hurt, really put them in a bad situation, and they were, he
ended up playing and starting that game last week.
And I was really surprised because they said he was going to be out for extended time. I think they went out. I really do. And I think Tulane's got another loss or 2 coming up.
I mean, Air Force for a couple of reasons. It would be cool to see a service academy do it, number one. And number 2, Tulane did it last year. So getting somebody else, a little fresh blood in there, get somebody else a chance, I kind of like that.
But
I go Air Force.
Let's say it's a third. Let's say the SEC gets 1 team in the Sugar Bowl. Is that the semifinals this year, Sugar Bowl?
Trying to remember. I think it is.
I think it is.
Yeah.
So there's a chance that if a third SEC team's in the playoffs and New Year's Six Bowl, that they could be cycled down to play the Group of 5 team. Would you want to see an Alabama or an Ole Miss play Air Force?
I mean, why not? I mean, here's the thing. Now, their season finale at Boise is going to be tough. But if they get that game, I think they're going to be 12-0. And I brought this up a couple of weeks ago. I think they're going to be in the top 10.
They're up to 19 now.
You think they'll make it all the way to the top 10?
I do. Yep.
Wow.
I mean, you guys got to give me. We're gonna have we almost had a ton of attrition last week. That is coming.
Yeah, the Pac-12 is experienced what the SEC usually does. That even though they are losing games, they're not dropping a lot in the polls because there are so many ranked teams. So I don't know how many of the Pac-12 teams, even after another loss, will drop past Air Force if they stay unbeaten. We'll see. Let's do second down.
Second down.
More points, combined point total scored this weekend. Auburn, Mississippi State, Jordan-Hare Stadium, or Michigan State, Minnesota?
Michigan State, Minnesota. I had this vision Auburn, Mississippi State's going to be like the 3-2 game we saw.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And you don't think Minnesota, Michigan State will
it's more like 7-6.
7-6.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Arkansas is playing their best football, but State just went on the road and held them to 3 points.
Yeah.
And, I mean, is Arkansas and
Arkansas's
Auburn,
offense is better than Auburn.
Yeah, I think so.
And by the way, Mississippi State only scored 7.
Well, they did. Now, that did not surprise me. Holding Arkansas to 3 on the road did surprise me.
By the way, Will Rogers progressing, says Zach Arnett. But we don't know when he'll play. If he's able to play Saturday, he'll play. If he's not able to play Saturday, he will not play. That's Zach Arnett.
So you're telling me I could be watching this game, Mike Wright versus Robbie Ashford and Peyton Thorne?
Mike Wright, 8 of 12. 85 yards, a touchdown to interception, ran it 11 times for 60.
I mean, that is a rough quarterback game to watch right there if I'm watching Mike Wright versus either Auburn quarterback.
I think I would go Minnesota, Michigan State.
Boy, those 2 teams are awful. And I know Minnesota's coming off a win at Iowa, but...
Where they scored 12.
12 points, yes.
Yeah, Michigan State scored 0.
They did, but at least they were playing Michigan. At least they were playing what might be the best team in the country who had your signs. God, I think you'll get more in Auburn, Mississippi State.
I'm checking mybookie.ag on this total.
For the totals on those 2?
I think it's going to be close. Both are going to be mid-30s probably.
Yeah.
36 to 38.
It was 30 last week for Michigan State. Excuse me, for Minnesota and Iowa.
That can't be lower.
It went 22.
Auburn, Mississippi State, the total is at 43.5. Michigan
Wow.
State, Minnesota at 40. So they are very close.
Yeah.
Wow.
43.5.
Let's do third down.
Feels like 200s.
Third down.
2 birthdays in the sports world today. Former Ram, now Dolphin, Jalen Ramsey is 30 years old today. Boy, time is flying.
About to play soon.
Yeah. And Jaylen Brown for the Boston Celtics, 28. Ultimately better career.
I mean, I'm going to go Jalen Ramsey. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. As Jayden Brown, the Hall of Fame's different in basketball.
It is. It's the basketball Hall
Yeah,
of
it's
Fame,
not the
not
Pro
NBA.
Football Hall of Fame. It's not basically just.
I mean,
NFL
up until
guys.
this point, Jalen does have a Super Bowl championship. I think he's been first team 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, I'd say Jalen Ramsey.
But Jaylen Brown seems to get better each and every year. I think it's close, but I would go Jalen Ramsey.
Yeah, but Ramsey's already done a lot, and he's 30. The other guy's 28. So he can play a little bit longer, but.
Yeah, I think Jaylen Brown's got a good, 6-7 years in him, though.
Yeah, but not at this level. So I'll go Jalen Ramsey.
Fourth down.
Drake is 38 years old today. Ultimately better career, Drake or Peyton Manning? It's tough.
That is tough. I mean, Manning won 2 Super Bowls.
With 2 different teams.
Very successful businessman, successful entertainer. I mean, he's done a lot in entertainment. I think he's more diverse than Drake.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Drake went from the Disney Channel.
He was on Degrassi, man.
Yeah, and some people say he's, one of the top lyricists of all time.
Yeah.
He's also pretty savvy when it comes to the business world. I'm not a big Drake guy. I like Peyton Manning more.
Very shy Raptors fan still, isn't he?
Yeah. Doesn't like to be seen.
I bet their net worths are relatively the same.
Yeah.
I would say MVP, Super Bowls combined to Grammys about the same.
I'm going to say Peyton Manning eventually owns an NFL team, or has he said he doesn't want to own one?
Well, I'm sure he wouldn't mind owning one. He just doesn't have that kind of money. I mean, he could be a small share owner. He doesn't have enough money.
I mean,
to
he's
own.
probably enough that he could be 10%.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think he'll ever have enough money to be an outright owner.
Well, his production company now, I mean,
Omaha?
it does a couple of things like the Country Music Awards, a couple of those
Yeah,
shows.
but keep
he
in mind,
that.
to buy a good NFL franchise now, you're going to have $5 billion. I mean, he's not going to have that kind of money.
Yeah, $2.86 billion is what NBA franchises are going for.
Yeah,
About $5 million, $7 billion for.
I think $5 billion would be your minimum NFL franchise.
Yeah, probably more than that. I'm gonna go Peyton Manning here, but I understand. It's probably Drake. That's our 4 downs today, brought to you by the great folks at Slice LT. Tell us one more time about Slice.
Yeah, 4 great locations. The original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, Montevallo, Crestline Park. The late Jeff Bajai created an incredible concept. His brothers continue the legacy. Jason, Chris, get out, see them today. Tell them the next round sent you. 4 locations and online, slicebirmingham.com.
And before Brown tells us about Moore's Marinade, you can get a little bit more on the decisions to go for it on 4th down more this year in college football than any other time in the college football playoff era from Seth Emerson at The Athletic. Coaches are going for it on 4th down, an all-time high since 2014, 24.5% of the time. They're going for it on 4th down.
And, Heupel and even Clay criticized Heupel for his choice on that 4th down conversion against Alabama. And it's just one of those, it's kind of a pet peeve of mine. Like, I'm going to be a super aggressive coach to go for it on 4th down in my own territory, but I'm going to call a super conservative play.
Yeah.
So it's almost like you're trapped in 2 worlds. I want to be really aggressive to go for it, but boy, I don't want to take any chances. I got to go super conservative while playing. I'm like, well, you've already said you're going to be aggressive. Be aggressive on the play call too. And I know you got to play a high percentage play on 4th down. I get that.
So by percentages, it's basically if you get 8 4th down decisions to make in a game, you're going for it twice. And here's Kirby Smart shed a little light. Seth Emerson writes the story. This is a long story with a lot of stats in it. But one thing came out of a conversation he had with Kirby Smart earlier this year. And this is what is being whispered into their ears or talked about on the headset by the analytical guy. Kirby went for it in a game, I forget who it was against, instead of kicking a field goal. And Kirby told him, the analytics told us, from that point of field on the field with our kicker on that hash mark, we had an 85% chance of making the field goal. And with that distance, we had an 85% chance of picking up the 1st down. So I figured, why not go for the more points at that point instead of kicking the field goal if the percentages were the same? So that is what is being discussed on the headset and stuff very quickly on some of these analytical decisions.
It's got to be a gut feel thing. You're getting paid way too much. Yeah, you know the game of football. I don't get the analytics at all.
Yeah.
I just don't. I mean, for these head coaches, are they going to, and this is bad timing because Kevin Sumlin just got pulled over last night, but analytically, you're probably, if you've had, 8 to 10 drinks, you probably can get behind the wheel, and 99% of the time, you're not going to get in an accident, hurt anybody, or get pulled over.
Well, 1%'s bad.
But the 1% is bad.
Yep, and
You've
it's not worth the
got
risk.
to use your gut on these things.
Speaking of bad, the Kevin Sumlin mugshot last night, as Brown points out, mugshots are never good.
Yeah, that's a rough one there. It looked like he'd had a bad night.
Man,
Obviously,
I hate it for Kevin Sumlin. I think he's got demons, man. It goes back to his A&M days. He's battled with alcohol. I think he's been public about it before.
You remember there was that video that leaked out of him having to be held back to his hotel room on a road trip. I think it was in Oxford. I mean, it seems like this is something, like Lance said, he's dealt with for a while.
And I hate it for him. And, hopefully, if there is a problem, he'll get it righted.
I hope so, man. That guy was a rising star in the game. I mean, just try in your mind to rewind back to 2012 when they first came into the league. And
Look, and I know when
he was at Houston.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If he never gets that job at A&M, I mean, obviously you got to take that job. But if he would have stayed at Houston, I think he's still there, having a lot of success and making a ton of money.
Yeah, or if he hadn't taken Texas A&M, if he had gone one more year at Houston, what other job would he have gotten? Because he was a hot commodity, man.
He was a hot commodity. I tell you, one of the highest points of his star, though, and I always think back to us watching this game in Lance's basement, was Kenny Thrill. I mean, Patrick says Kenny Thrill happened. Don't forget, the first game of the Kenny Thrill era, Kevin Sumlin looked like an absolute
lit
genius.
That ass up. I think it was
destroyed him.
Close to 500 passing yards, right?
Oh, yeah,
something.
They destroyed South Carolina on the first ever SEC Network game. Everybody watching, and just destroyed them in Columbia. And everybody was like, oh, it ain't Johnny Manziel. It's Kevin Sumlin.
Yeah. By the way, Michael pointing out, he does have a better record at Texas A&M than Jimbo does.
He does.
At this point.
He does, in fact. Yes.
Great point. And takes a better picture. When we come back, we'll get to trash. Tell us about Moore's Marinade.
Yeah, you can let Moore's Marinade and wing sauces be your secret this football weekend when you're out grilling with friends and family. Moore's Original Marinade has got lower sodium than the lower sodium marinade, but you don't sacrifice taste for that. Nope, the flavor is still there, that delicious hickory flavor, everything you're putting on the grill, burgers, chicken, steak, pork, you get veggies, Moore's is perfect for it. Moore's Buffalo Wing Sauce adds the perfectly tangy flavor that will keep you licking your fingers even after the wings are gone. You can dip it, you can drizzle it, you can slather Moore's Buffalo Wing Sauce on everything you eat. From chicken fingers to burgers to sandwiches, pizza, pasta, tacos, fries, and more. See why grill masters prefer Moore's Marinades and wing sauces by visiting mooresmarinades.com. That is mooresmarinades.com. You could go there, get recipe ideas and grilling inspiration at mooresmarinades.com. Trash is next on the next round.
Our Monday morning quarterback is Fox Sports' Joel Klatt. Every Monday at 10:25.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
As summer bids adieu, get ready to welcome the arrival of fall. But hey, it's not just football season making an entrance. In the world of pest, it's fall invader season. Hold on tight, because we got 4 major troublemakers stepping into the spotlight: box elder bugs, kudzu bugs, ladybugs, and stink bugs. These pests don't just knock, they barge in like they own the place. But fear not, dial up Wayne's Pest Control now, 865-588-6686, and show those fall invaders who's boss. Don't let pests crash your fall. Take charge today.
You could win a Dodge Challenger RT or your share of $25,000 in free play and cash at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Play the latest, most exciting games around with fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can be a winner too. Come win your share during the Challenger RT and $25,000 giveaway at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Drawings October 27th and 28th. Located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway.
Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Football season is here, and Legacy Credit Card is just what you need to manage your spending safely and wisely. Credit cards offer better consumer protection against fraud when compared to a debit card, which is linked directly to your bank account. Legacy offers rates as low as 8.9% APR on credit cards compared to major card providers who advertise rates as high as 29% APR. Look no further than Legacy. Open a credit card online in minutes at legacycreditunion.com/join. APR's annual percentage rate, rates, and offers subject to change. See website for details. Federally insured by NCUA.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
By the way, we're talking about owning teams. I just happen to have this, Brown, not NFL, but NBA. As the NBA season starts tonight, here's your Champy's Chicken. I don't believe this, but it's possible. It's true. I know it's true, so you got to believe
segment,
it.
My Champy's Chicken.
I don't believe this is possible, and it's true.
It's true.
I like this.
It's named this because when you go to Champy's Chicken, Sterling's place right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, you end up eating this chicken. You're like, I cannot believe this chicken is this good.
It's true, right?
But it's true. It's how you come up with the I can't believe this is this good, but it's true segment at Southern Fried Chicken. Brined the night before, cooked to order, hand-cut chicken fingers. Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You'll say to myself, why have I been eating the other recipe tamales before? Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, superior to others. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. With the NBA starting tonight, 2 facts. There are more NBA players who make $30 million or more than there are CEOs and executives with S&P 500 companies in the United States.
Oh, I believe this. I believe this because you think about it right now, you have roughly 500 players in the NBA.
Yep.
And I don't know how many S&P corporations you've got right now.
Well, the S&P 500 is 500
Okay,
of them, right?
so 5 and 5. I mean, I would say most of those CEOs are making $10 million.
So you're saying there's more $30 million a year players than S&P 500 $30 million executives.
That's right.
That's what you're telling me.
That's right. Does that surprise you?
Does not surprise me.
How many players are there that are making 30 or more million? Do you know?
I do not have the number. But
I would say that there are 60 to 75.
Okay.
The 10 highest paid NBA players, if you pull their annual salaries together, just on contracts for playing basketball, no shoe deals or any of that, the 10 highest paid players make $746 million a season. Just the top 10 highest paid players. The NBA franchises cost $2.86 billion.
Hey, so we've got a Game 7 tonight with the Diamondbacks and the Phillies, and there is only one D-back that makes more than $10 million a year. On that entire 25
There is a Diamondback that makes $10 million?
Yeah.
Well, that surprises me too.
Yeah. With that, hey, I wanted to bring this up though. Will you guys watch any NBA tonight?
I will not.
I will not.
I've got a better shot of watching that Game 7 now.
Oh, I will watch the Game 7.
Yeah, because I am back on the Lakers. You know, I took time off because of LeBron, but I was with the Lakers.
He didn't die, did he?
No, but I was with the Lakers before him, and I've held this grudge against LeBron, and I don't think it's fair to me with my Laker fandom letting one player keep me away from that. So I am going to go back, and I am going to pull for LeBron, the basketball player.
Yep.
And I'm all on the Lakers this year.
I was not going to watch any of it, but for some reason, when Dunaway said Lakers Nuggets start tonight, I was like, I may tune in for a little bit of that. I don't know why you sold me on that when you said it that way.
You got the reigning champions right now against a really good Laker team.
Yeah, Michael Malone, who was upset when LeBron, when they beat them, announced his retirement, taking the spotlight off of them eliminating the Lakers.
Right.
And then Michael Malone, in continuous news conference, talked about him possibly retiring, poking fun at LeBron. They play each other tonight.
Bad blood game is what you're telling me.
And LeBron and who's the other guy? AD have said, "Oh, we've got receipts going into
everybody's got receipts.
Yeah, everybody's got receipts.
Is it personal?
But they'll be watching them hang a banner tonight.
That's true.
Yeah, they
while
will.
they're on the court.
That's the ultimate receipt, by the way.
I almost gave out the Lakers plus 5.5. That's a tough game, though.
6:30 on TNT to start that one off. Game 7. Oh, here's another crazy fact. The Hemp Hill. This one's so hot it'll make you feel cold. A Hemp Hill stat of the day. Hemp Hill services. 1883 is when the Phillies became an organization.
I saw this. This is crazy.
This is their first Game 7 ever.
In 141 years of baseball for
That's
the Phillies.
impossible to believe.
It really is.
It really is.
They've never played a Game 7.
Never. 1883, Brown, to 2023. This is their first Game 7 tonight.
That is wild to think about, yeah.
And I heard Bryce Harper say after the game, we cannot lose Game 7 tonight. Let's do this for the 83ers.
We never lose Game 7s in this franchise.
Attaboy, Bryce.
We've never lost one. Tell us about Hemp Hill.
Hemp Hill services right now, 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free Wi-Fi Gray 10-year labor warranty on any system replacement, plus $69 fall tune-up. All you got to do is call our friends, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. It is hard to stop a train.
And before we get to trash, to take you out to the trash, 74-year-old Dusty Baker is going to retire.
He's only 74?
He's 74 years old. Coached the 2022 World Champions, 19 years of a player, won a World Series with the Dodgers, played a lot of his early years with Atlanta. But all 5 teams he managed, he won divisions and made to the playoffs with all 5 teams. The only manager in Major League Baseball history since 1883 ever to do that, Dusty Baker.
I will say this. He's always been in good situations.
Well, I was about to say he might be the best regular season manager we've ever had.
San Francisco, the Cubs, Cincinnati, Washington Nationals, and the Houston Astros. Those are not the Yankees and Dodgers, sir.
No, but when you start to look at the rosters that he's had, I mean, to me, he's the Lane Kiffin of baseball. But he's got much more decorated than Kiffin.
Yeah.
But always given a really good job. But by the way, he's never won a Game 7. I still didn't think Texas was going to be able to do it, and they did it in a anticlimactic fashion, winning that game 11-3. But Bochy has never lost a Game 7.
Adolis Garcia, the first player ever to get 15 RBIs in one postseason series in the history of Major League Baseball.
So hitting bombs.
Yeah. El Bombe, he's called.
I think Marte is the only Diamondback that makes $11 million plus. People were asking that.
El Bombe.
El Bombe.
Yeah. All right, let's do trash. Hit it, Rockstar.
I'm here with the winner, Derek Lewis. Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot. I understand.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
That's big time breaking news there, Brown. I got no problem with it. The guy's confidence is gone. Rams cut their kicker.
Rams cut their kicker. I was showing Lance a second ago.
Cost them 7 points.
Oh, man.
You know what they lost by?
7?
7 points. Yeah. And a bad call. I'll be Clay for the day, although Clay didn't bitch about it.
He really did.
Buying a house, a major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Locally owned and operated. Mortgage Right, standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. I find this hard to believe. If it is true, I'm going to run out and get a hot tub today.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
You're going to buy a hot tub today if this is true. All right.
Scientists found people who submerge themselves in a hot tub for a half an hour experience major cardiovascular and mental health boost, which rivaled running for 30 minutes.
Yeah, I can see that.
So if I'm in a hot tub for half an hour, it's almost as good as running for half an hour.
They measure their heart rate, blood pressure, blood flow, anxiety, cortisol, thermal perception, and did follow-up questionnaires. 3 half-hour sessions were completed over a span of 3 separate days. Following the immersion, blood flow to the legs increased by 345% on average, which is about the same as the 30-minute jog. Heart rates also shot up by an average of 31 beats per minute, which works out roughly to a brisk walk/jog. They said there's also considerable mental health advantages.
It is. You have to be naked, though.
I agree.
Hey, look at the picture.
That one also doubled as a time machine, right?
Oh yeah, that is one of the and Jack Taylor said it first. One of the more underrated, great American comedies.
Oh, you name me a bad movie John Cusack has been in. Zero. He's in all good movies.
Oh, I don't like
He doesn't do bad movies.
I do not like the.
The Raven was pretty bad.
Runaway Juror.
Yeah, Runaway Jury. I did not like that movie.
Oh, Brown.
Wasn't fantastic.
It was not fantastic.
Identity was really
Grosse
bad.
Point Blank was not great.
Oh, are you kidding me? With the roaches underneath the door?
I didn't realize Grosse Point, Michigan. Don Korn informed me this the other night, Bud Light game night. It's the Mountain Brook of Michigan.
Oh, how about that?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I would not have guessed that.
I didn't know Michigan had a mountain brook.
I really don't want a hot tub, but I'd love to be able to sit in the hot tub instead of run.
I think
Would be more fun. No doubt.
I wonder if it's the same if you're in a cold tub.
Well, that's supposed to wake you up and get your body going. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the those are reports anyway.
I'd rather be in a hot tub than a cold tub, though.
Oh, me too. Me too.
More couples than ever are including, quote, home funds in their wedding registries to raise funds to buy a house.
So you're just asking for cash.
I don't like this at
cash
all.
gift.
Yeah, according to the analysis by Zillow Home Loans, digital wedding vendor marketplace, The Knot, share of couples registered through The Knot who included such a fund in their registries has increased over 55% since 2018. Nearly 20% of couples who registered on The Knot are asking wedding guests to help them save for a down payment. Do you guys like this or not?
It does seem a little grabby. I don't deny it, but let's flip this around. I'd probably rather give you cash than a plate and a
100%.
place setting any day. Like
a gravy boat. Come on.
I mean, we got a place setting. When have you ever used your place settings?
That's
that you
right.
ever,
I'll tell you one of the most boring days I had. You guys remember the old Riches at Brookwood Mall?
Did you do the gun?
Yeah, I had the gun, and
Yep.
we went and registered at Riches.
Yep.
And I registered for all of this like ridiculous stuff, like a napkin with like Yogi Bear on it or something.
Right.
And just see
Can't
if
have
anybody
enough
would
of
get this
those.
stuff.
Yeah.
But we got a lot of stuff that we didn't ask for, so I took it all back. And Riches used to have furniture, and I got me a couch.
Yeah. No, yeah.
So that's kind of a cash
We
grab
did
there.
that. We returned, like, you get so much place setting stuff, right? And it's a little more than what you need. Or turns out any of it is more than you need.
100%.
And we would return that and get other
Did
stuff.
you guys open the gifts when you got back from the honeymoon?
Yes. They were. Somebody had taken them to our residence. And
Which was kind of cool.
Yeah, it was. It was like Christmas.
Lynn and
for
Shannon.
my wife.
Lynn and Shannon did that for us.
Yeah.
Appreciate them very much.
Because we got a china cabinet. It's got all that china in there.
I saw Shannon this weekend.
Yeah. I saw Lynn this weekend.
Wow. I didn't see either one of them.
Yeah.
You don't know what we're talking
I
about.
don't.
And they had a couch for us. They surprised us with a couch. What a great gift.
Dallas woman sabotaged a man for 15 years. You talk about holding a grudge. Again, I don't think grudges are healthy. There's still one individual I don't like in this world. You guys know who it is.
Yep.
The grudge has gotten a little lighter every year.
It has. I've noticed that.
You just unpacked LeBron. That was really good.
I know. I think everybody should do that. Now, this is holding a grudge. Is this her, Rocky?
This is her.
So this girl's got a grudge on who?
You guys are going to die when
Is
you
she
hear
going
this
to talk
story.
to us now or no?
Now, she has sabotaged a man for 15 years by ruining his favorite TV shows, and she claims his engagement after he wronged her friend one night back in college.
One night?
Tell me if this is petty or what. Now, in a TikTok video titled, "This is Genuinely Unhinged," Linda Hurd, that you see right now, recalled the night she was enjoying her night out with friends at a comedy show when one of her friends mistakenly knocked over a drink onto a man's lap. Now, I will say his reaction, based on what she says, is a bit over the top. Now, Hurd said the man was so furious that he spit on her friend, calling the woman a stupid fat bitch.
That is not
Now,
nice.
Hurd said, quote,
She's not stupid.
I'm screaming in this guy's face, "That's assault, you're disgusting, you're trash," and he calls me an ugly bitch.
Okay.
Now, certainly not forgiving or forgetting, Hurd tracked down the man's Facebook where she noticed he was a massive fan of iconic shows like Breaking Bad and The Walking Dead. Feeling vengeful, Hurd cleverly created fake Facebook accounts to spoil episodes on a weekly basis for both shows through direct messages. Now, Hurd briefly retired from the vengeful fun, didn't bother the man for almost a decade until a mutual Facebook friend announced her engagement to the man. Quote, "I find out they're engaged when they're pretty close to their wedding. I was like, I haven't thought about this guy in so long, so I look up his Reddit to see if he's still using it." Hurd rushed to the man's Reddit account to see if what he's been up to all these years and discovered, quote, "some sinister things. I see some pretty sinister stuff on his Reddit. There are pictures that he's passing off as his fiance. Hurd said she signed into one of his unused Facebook accounts, messaged the man's Reddit post to his then fiance. Hurd said the woman, quote, broke off the engagement.
I'm going to say this woman also is single, Rockstar, and it's just a shot in the dark here.
Or jobless, because that's a lot of time.
Hey, can you imagine if you wronged her?
No,
like,
sir.
if you dated her?
No, that's what I'm saying, Lance. That one's got to be single right there.
She's going to burn the house down.
I was okay
And where did she cross the line
I
for
was
you?
okay all the way on the TV shows and everything because this guy was a capital D at the comedy club.
Yeah, no, if he really spit on her, I doubt that happened.
But if he really did.
Yeah, I think she's one that embellishes.
Up to the ruining of the TV shows, I was all okay with.
Yeah, that's fine.
Boom, 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 boom. She took a break to circle back around is where she crossed the line.
Once she did it.
Once she took the break and he moved on to ruin the engagement, that was too much. That's a bridge too far for me. But up until that, I was okay with ruining the TV shows.
Rocky, I'm going to assume we got a picture of this. Some residents of a Utah town are rallying around a pole dancing skeleton after the city said the risque Halloween decoration has to be taken down.
No, I mean the yard's more offensive than the skeleton.
No, I would agree. You put some grass in that thing.
I mean, but here's the deal. If you're a kid walking past that,
if you know what a stripper is, you know what a stripper is.
Yeah, that's right. And if you're a kid, you don't know what a stripper is doing there.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't find that risque.
We just don't have fun in life.
It's kind of
anymore.
funny.
Yeah. Grantsville City, Utah officials posted a picture on the town's Facebook page earlier this week of a neighborhood Halloween decoration. It wanted to remove it. Now, the photo which you see there has been deleted. Shows a skeleton hanging upside down with a purple wig as two other skeleton figures watch from lawn chairs.
I like the one's got a hat on with the dollar bills in his head.
Hey, the other one's got the mouth wide open.
But way to go. That neighborhood not stealing the dollars out of the hands.
That's true.
Now, residents have swarmed the town's Facebook page with comments supporting the skeleton, condemning the city for deleting its original post. Some of the neighbors are even donating decorations to make the display in his yard bigger, including adding a tip jar for the pole dancer where fans can actually leave dollars. Yeah, I don't let them take this down. My decorations.
I mean, at this point, since they're skeletons, we could have other skeletons doing pelvic dances at that point. They couldn't be lap dances because they don't have laps anymore.
That's a good point.
What is the most extreme thing you've heard a parent go to when their kid wasn't getting adequate playing time, according to them?
I would say a switchblade to a couple of tires in the parking lot.
This is worse.
I saw a dad coming after my dad, and my uncle stepped in between them, and he kicked my uncle in the balls.
No, he didn't.
Oh, 100%, yeah. All-star.
What's Randy's brother's dad? Brother's
my Uncle
name?
Stan.
Did Stan go down?
It's technically, he's my dad's cousin. I always called him Uncle Stan, but he wasn't really an uncle.
But he still had his ground.
So
But he still had balls, so he did go down.
He did have balls. He didn't really go down. He still stood in the gap there. And the police got over pretty quickly. The dad had.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Listen to this. Youth football team has canceled its season after the coach was shot multiple times by a parent of one of the players, apparently, for not adding his son to the starting lineup.
That's worse than kicking Uncle Stan in the balls.
Look at this dude. Thumbs up.
That's how I'm good to go.
I'm good.
Shaquille Lattimore, an assistant coach for the St. Louis Bad Boys team, with a Z, by the way.
Bad boys.
Was holding a practice October 10th when the incident occurred. Lattimore, 30, told the St. Louis Dispatch that the angry parent first confronted him several weeks ago, starting a feud. Said it came to a head when the parent showed up at practice, shot him 4 times in front of a group of 9 and 10-year-old players.
Well, that came to a head.
You were over there. Now you're over here. That's crazy.
Yeah, what does our world come to?
That's wild, man.
All right, that is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available, guide you through every step of the process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply, mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200.
And our friends at Champy's Chicken. Appreciate them. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Been open for lunch for about 45 minutes. You can get dinner there tonight. But wonderful for your tailgate this weekend. If you're heading down to Jordan-Hare Stadium, go ahead and make plans with Sterling and pick up the big tailgate package. Hand-cut chicken fingers, Southern fried chicken, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. So good. And Megan on the margaritas. It is Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. When we come back, Matt Rule does not want to get any Alabama fans sending him DMs or anything. Does not want to upset our viewing audience when we come back right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
As summer starts to fade, get ready to welcome the arrival of fall. But hey, it's not just football season making an entrance.
In the world of pests, it's fall invader season. Hold on tight because we've got 4 major troublemakers stepping into the spotlight. Box elder bugs, kudzu bugs, ladybugs, and stink bugs. These pests don't just knock, they barge in like they own the place. But fear not, dial up Wayne's Pest Control now, 865-588-6686, and let's show those fall invaders who's boss. Don't let pests crash your party. Take charge today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Rockstar, give me cut 10 after LT tells us about our friends at Harbin's Outdoors. Harbin's Outdoors.
Brown, did you like that? Jeremy and his team, they do such great work. Forster's about to pull it up for you to show you the incredible work. They're actually at the house right now finishing up the backyard. Chili and Bullet are watching out the window. They're so excited about this.
Can we come play?
Yeah, I mean, they're really excited about it. I've got a little sport turf back there. I've got some rocks. Got a privacy fence, which is hopefully going to block a lot of the sound from the neighbor that loves to blow the leaves. But again, Harbin's does it all. They're the one-stop shop, which we would have had years ago when we decided to do a pool over a decade ago. They have the award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools. You can view all their work right now, Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself right there, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718.
Did you see Merrill Kelly when he came out of the game with the Diamondbacks earlier this series? He's walking out, and Karen sent this to us on social media because I was tweeting about analytics, and he's walking off the mound, and they're pulling him out, and you can read his lips. He's like, but I just struck out their best hitter, and they're still taking him out of the game, and he was like, they tried to give him a fist bump, and he was like, and walked away.
I love the competitor, though, man. You know, that was a nice 3-spot to give him a little breather last night against that Philly lineup, and I can't imagine what that crowd's going to be like for a Game 7 tonight.
Wild. First one ever.
Yeah. I'm pulling for the D-backs, I think.
Oh, no. I want to see I want to see Phillies Rangers.
Yeah, I think that'll be the more entertaining series.
Yeah.
How bad will the ratings be for Arizona and
it would
Texas?
It would not be great. Philly brings that good media market in Philadelphia, passionate fans.
You know, one of the reasons, home crowd, but also outdoors.
I know, I agree with you. I don't want two dome teams.
We're going to have two dome teams.
Yep. I don't
Is
want that.
this going to be, so the year the Braves won it all, finally broke through, was the year Georgia won it all. Could this be the year the Rangers finally break through in the Texas Longhorns?
It's not trending in that direction with Texas, seems to bump in the road now with Quinn. Already one loss.
Yeah, Quinn just hasn't been great to me.
So you think maybe they're better with Malik?
Oh, I'm not saying that.
Well, this was supposedly the guy that everybody was like, oh, just wait till you see him. And then he came in and they didn't let him do anything. So I am interested to see how much he gets to do this week.
Yeah, and I'd like to know at practice how much are they going 80-20 on the reps with Arch Manning? Are they doing 70-30? Is it 90-10?
I wonder
Arch,
how
can you get
hyped
Malik
up,
a Gatorade real quick or a Powerade real quick?
how hyped up this Arch Manning thing is based on name.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never seen a kid play.
It would be interesting. What time is this game? What time is Texas this week?
I think it's middle of the day.
Yeah.
Should be 2:30 Wendell Brown. BYU, Texas, 2:30 ABC.
2:30 ABC. Yeah, I'll be watching that just to see because I will be interested if he struggles any at all.
If that game was in Provo, it's interesting.
Yeah. If Malik Murphy struggles any at all, do they just give Arch Manning a look just to see what he looks like, to give Malik Murphy maybe even a series on the sidelines to settle down? Because you do that at home and just wait till you see that Texas crowd react to seeing Arch in there.
And get AI to Keith Jackson's voice. And now here comes the freshman, Arch Manning, into the game. All right, Matt Rule, our buddy who's out in Lincoln, coaching them up. By the way, if they win this weekend and if Wisconsin gets beat by Ohio State, guess who's setting on a path to the Big Ten championship game?
Anybody can win that division.
Yeah, I think that shows you how bad that West is.
Matt Rule there in Lincoln, Nebraska. Matt Rule talking about how hard he practices these Cornhuskers earlier this week.
We had one scout come in and said, man, you guys are the second hardest practicing team I've seen in college football. And I had him tell the team that, right? Because I think sometimes they look at me like, why are we practicing so hard? Well, you know what? When a guy comes up and it's going to be two names, and he looks at a guy from the University of Nebraska late or as a free agent, he knows, hey, these guys know how to practice.
Did it bother you that he said you were the second hardest to practice?
No, I knew who the first team is, and we'll catch them. Yeah, we'll catch them. But it's University of Georgia. Yeah, and that doesn't mean Alabama's not ahead. That's going to go viral. I'm going to have all these fan bases yelling at me. I'm just saying what another person said of the teams he's seen, but I know how Georgia practices.
That's pretty good.
Matt.
Love me some Matt Rule, man.
Matt, where do you think Kirby? When Kirby was leaving Tuscaloosa, he was taking practice manuals on what to do at practice that Nick Saban had printed for him on the copier and took him with him to Athens. So he's practicing exactly the way Nick taught him to practice.
So, look, he is slowly, nobody's paying attention to this because they were out of it before they could start, but they've won 4 of 5. And if you go back, that week 1 loss to Minnesota, they look like the better team.
Yep,
and I think
did.
if they played right now, they would beat them. And even week 2, their defense kept them in it against Colorado until the second half.
If they'd had better quarterback play in that game.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff Simmons was awful. So I really believe if they played Minnesota or Colorado, they would win those games. Now, you can't go back, but can you imagine if this team right now was sitting at 6-1 and their one loss was only to Michigan?
I can't. But I think he can get them bowl eligible over the next 2 weeks. They've got Purdue this week, which, Purdue's not great. And then they're at Michigan State, who's really bad.
All of these games are winnable.
They are all. I mean, the rest of the games, Maryland at Wisconsin and Iowa, and that Wisconsin game and Iowa right there shaping up to maybe even be kind of a round robin for the division potentially. But if he gets them bowl eligible, I mean, that far exceeds anything you thought he would do year 1, right?
Oh.
Scott Frost, he was 3 wins every year, wasn't he?
I can't remember the last coach that had him bowl eligible. I would imagine
probably
Bo Pelini.
Mike
Riley might have done it.
Oh, I don't know.
But I get confused. I thought Bo Pelini came after Mike Riley.
Where was Bill Callahan?
Bill Callahan was before.
Bill Callahan tore it down after Frank Solich.
Yeah, look, this kind of shows you. Like, if you go through major programs, I mean, because we do this, I think you can pretty much list where the coaches were in the eras.
Yeah,
but Nebraska is super confusing to me.
2014 was the last year for Pelini at Nebraska. They went to the Holiday Bowl.
That was the last bowl.
Are you sure?
A decade.
No, I don't. You think that was the last bowl?
I mean,
no, they got 6 wins. Mike Riley's first season, I'll tell you what bowl game they went to if you give me a second. They went to the Levi's Bowl, or the Foster Farms Bowl in Levi's Stadium, beat UCLA, actually. Won a bowl game that year. So that was 2015. That might have been the last one, though. No, Mike Riley did it again. Mike Riley was better than we remember there.
He was good at Oregon State.
They had 9-win season that next year, and they lost to Tennessee in Nissan Stadium in the whatever bowl that is.
Music City?
Well, it's the Music City. It's had some sponsorship. But he fell off after that, and then I believe that, Scott Frost took over. That was the last bowl they went to. That's how long it has been, the 2017 season, when they played Tennessee in Nissan Stadium and lost 56-14, by the way.
It's hard to believe Nebraska can't find a quarterback, though.
It is.
Yeah, give them time. They'll find one. For you hockey fans tonight, Bruins Blackhawks, Forster's team, 7:30 on ESPN to watch that. And we'll leave you with this. Kareem Jackson, the former Alabama DB, he's been in the pros a long time. He's 35 years old, has a little bit of a reputation, and that's what Sean Payton said got him this past week. Ejected from the game and now suspended 4 games from the hit he made on the tight end of the Packers.
Wasn't it his second ejection for this, though? So
Second
that's why he's getting
this
suspended.
year.
Right,
Yeah,
that's why
yeah.
he's suspended.
4 games without pay. It's not like his vacation. 4 games without pay. He's 35 years old. And Sean Payton said, basically, this was not a hit that maybe even wasn't worth, because he had a guy falling and he's going to hit him in the midsection. He's falling, and it ends up being a blow that was to the top of the head, I guess, or in the head neck area.
Yeah, he's going to lose over $500,000 with these 4 games. For whatever reason, NFL Films came up at dinner last night, and we were talking about the old crunch course. And I asked a former coach, I said, how many of those plays in crunch course get flagged for 15? He said, every one of them.
The whole video.
This one doesn't even make the video. The one
No,
that's
it
getting
doesn't.
suspended
No,
for.
not at
and
all.
Sean Payton said, basically, he's the guy who's already had 4 speeding tickets, and when you get pulled over for the 5th time, you're going to spend a lot longer time on the side of the road than if it was your first offense.
Crazy he's still in the NFL. I mean, this, as Patrick was pointing out, he's right there at the start of the Saban era in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean,
and playing a position where it's not like the offensive line or
you lose
kicker.
half a step. Yeah,
35 years old and he's still running around as a DB.
Yeah, I mean,
now he has gone from corner to safety, but it is pretty amazing the longevity.
I mean, Julio Jones, like when he came in the game against the Dolphins the other night, made that catch. It was almost like the retirement celebration for the Eagles fans, the way they were treating Julio Jones. Kareem Jackson's older, still playing.
Still playing.
It's crazy. I mean, to think he's playing at that age.
All right. That's it. Overtime is coming up. Brown, what's overtime today?
I was told.
Elephant in the room.
Elephant in the room, Jimmy D.
Elephant in the room with our buddy Mick Gillespie and Jake Coker, national championship winning quarterback. That'll be our overtime coming up. You don't have to change anything. But one thing we'd love you to do is go like and subscribe the Disrupt the Media YouTube page. Do that as you sit and watch right here on the Next Round YouTube page. Like and subscribe there. Give us a thumbs up as well. The Elephant in the Room. We're back with you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until then, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar.
Alabama with a big win over Tennessee, 34-20. It was a beautiful thing at Bryant-Denny Stadium. The first half, terrible. Second half, perfect. We're going to talk about it. Jay Coker, Mick Gillespie. Elephant in the room on Roll Tide Pods. Guys, our show is presented by MyBookie, mybookie.ag. You're making your plays. Check out MyBookie. And I'm telling you, if you need a little bit of help, maybe putting those picks together, Lance's Lock. They'll help you kind of get there a little bit better than my start to the season. I think I'm kind of even in ship out now. But 2 really cool combos right there. MyBookie.ag. Use the promo code Next Round, and they'll do for the first time. They'll give you that 110% match on your deposit. So it's definitely worth it as we talk football here on our show. First off, thanks to R&R Cigars for giving us this is the cigar that Saban was chewing on. He doesn't smoke them.
Appreciate it, fellas.
And they gave it to us.
Once a year cigar, gotta love it.
Yeah. We got the door open here in the studio. We lit these babies up. What's up, brother? How you been, man?
Man, doing a lot better after the second half of that game this weekend. My gosh, that the second half is the Alabama I expected to show up this game, and you know what? Thank God that defense stood up the way they did, because could have been in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
But I was wrong. Well, at least on the first half about Joe Milton. Showed up, played the game of his life, and again, kind of went downhill after that first half, thank goodness, but he wasn't the guy I was expecting to see in that first half.
Yeah, and you kind of scared me, because you're like, well, when Alabama loses, and you're right, the guy that they lose to always has like the game of their life. That Squirrel White touchdown in the corner of the end zone, it's a hell of a catch, man. I got to give them credit. Like, that first half of football was a good first half.
Yeah, the most impressive one to me was the one right before the half ended.
Right, and I like the defensive call.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's cover zero. You better backpedal and get the ball out, and you got to have touch on the move. And he lays it out there for the tight end or fullback. And, that guy makes a play, and I'm sitting there like, I just watched this guy shoot fake arrows at our team, and he's just dicing us up like it's no big deal.
Great arm. He's a great athlete, too.
Oh, yeah.
Tennessee's got their shit going in the right direction.
Yeah, they just seem like a team with not a whole lot of leadership.
They don't have that offense. They probably need to go and buy Joe Milton. I'm sorry. Jalen Milroe would fit perfectly in that offense. You know what I'm talking about? Like, where everybody goes deep, and the way he throws the football. Milton definitely is. We saw the best of Milton. I don't think the second half was the worst of Milton. I just thought that Malachi Moore, man, he just jumps your route.
Oh, man.
He's dangerous. Assassin.
Well, I don't know if you saw Coach Saban talking about the fumble recovery for a touchdown, but on TV, you can't really see how well those DBs are breaking on the ball. But, man, when they zoom out and actually show it, it's amazing to me, like how quickly Malachi,
I saw it,
Terrion Arnold, all those guys are just, as soon as that guy plants his foot, man, and you got to be careful about double moves, but when he plants his foot, man, they're there. So either you don't throw it, or you better anticipate so well that it's impossible for him to get there, to make an interception. But it just makes it so difficult on a quarterback. And then you start second guessing yourself after a while, because they're just there. They're everywhere,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I thought that Tennessee played a hell of a first half. I was very concerned, not going to lie. So were you. So was everybody. But it wasn't, I didn't feel like, honestly, like that last touchdown, I don't know if it's too soon to say this. I'm loving some Kevin Steele defense, man.
Oh, man.
Get in their face. Like, if you're going down, go down swinging.
Oh, yeah.
And that last touchdown, like, they couldn't have done it any better.
Oh, yeah.
But let's not sit back here and just give it away.
No, I love aggression on the football field. I love aggressive calls. I love, I love it when a defense coordinator dials it up and trusts his players to make plays, because at the end of the day, that's what you're doing. You got to rely on your DBs to cover those guys, and you got to rely on your guys to get there. I don't want somebody nickeling and diming us down the field because we just sit back and let them.
Yeah, that's how I feel too.
I want to be aggressive. I want to put them behind the sticks, and that's what he's doing. It's just, it's incredible how far this defense has come in the last couple of years. But man, this 6-week period, have you felt like you've ever seen a defense that's improved that much over that short?
It's been a while, like I
seems like we've found ourselves.
Yeah. Well, I had a caller on my post-game show. I think I told you this on the phone. I'm going to say it here for everybody. Brett from Walker County. He told me that Alabama has more personalities than his ex-wife. I'm like, I could see that. I don't really know anymore. Like, I don't know what to expect. I just don't but I know that they're a damn good team.
Well, now it just seems like if our defense can keep us in the game long enough for the offense to wake up, we're going to be okay.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? Did you take Alabama this weekend?
Yes.
in the first half, are you like, I mean, did you think they would?
I'm thinking I took them.
A second half bet.
Hedge that thing. No, I took them, and I honestly, I was like, man, I hate betting Alabama. I hate betting Alabama. There's been the year that the year after you left, I won Alabama every week. I was so like tapped in on that team.
Yeah.
You know? And then but then there's been years like this where I'm always like, Dennis Franchione used to say this, and when I was a student and I covered Alabama, and that was like he would talk, and we would talk to the coordinators. Like it was a lot different, like the way that the media interacted.
Yeah.
And he would always say, like, in football, and I believe he's exactly right, sometimes you're a play ahead and sometimes you're a play behind. And when you get a play behind, it's like it's hard to catch up. And I feel like Alabama was a play ahead the whole second half. I've been behind this Alabama team all year when it comes to just like not knowing, like, the only game that I really was sure about was Mississippi State, I think. And what was the other one? I put a video out on it. I picked against them on my show, but it was because I'm superstitious. Texas A&M.
No,
yeah. But I really thought I am superstitious too. Like I wore my Lucky socks. Like my Bama socks, like I did all that stuff. I don't even
those aren't the socks you don't wash. Right?
No. These are good. They're like this. I got them at the soup store. They're like they got the big stripes around them, and yeah. But I don't know. This is a hard team to handicap. To me,
it's the public hates Alabama so much that it's almost like if you get like this weekend, I mean, a 9.5 point line. I was big on Bama for this weekend. Wasn't big on them when that, at halftime, but I just felt like when I saw that line, I just knew they were going to show up and play, and luckily they did in the second half. But again, after halftime, I was like, well, hopefully we can just kick a field goal to win or something. But that was one of the most unbelievable second half performances. We outscored them 27-0 in the second half.
Yeah,
is that right?
I think it's the first time Heupel's been shut out in a half, and then it's the biggest. They said it's like the biggest come from behind win at Bryant-Denny in like 25 years.
Yeah,
because you guys are hardly ever behind in Tuscaloosa.
Oh yeah, well
but things are different now, man.
Yeah, and here's why. You get shut out in the second half. You can't blame the refs when you don't score a point in the second half.
Yeah. I've talked to a few Tennessee fans, and they were like, well, Alabama had one penalty for 5 yards. Like, it's not even comparable to last year to me. The Coolio, I keep calling him Coolio, the Kool-Aid play, and where last year where he intercepts the ball and
the game was over.
Yeah, and they call and the dude,
and a guy comes across the field, throws the flag. It's
felt like he had some money riding on the game. It just felt like that. I don't know if he did or not.
It was one of those. It was like that guy was like, "Oh, can't let this happen."
No, like they're going to cover that spread. And then the two times that Bryce was hit, one time in the jaw. And they didn't. And they, how you get a book now where it says like, here's all the things you can't do to the quarterback.
Oh yeah.
How about the forearm shiver?
Oh my!
What's the call on that? Bama played a clean game, and it's not like they had a bunch of penalties. They had 5 pre-snap penalties. You can't. Our guy has trouble snapping the ball. You can't sit there and clap in front of him and make it work.
Oh yeah.
And then there were 3 holdings. One of the holdings was shit to me, but 2 of them I thought were legit. The one was I was like, come on, man, that's not. I don't know. But I'm not standing there either. Yeah.
The only what I hate now is that. Well, one big issue we're going to have is this whole punt return situation.
Well, I was going to get into this.
My God.
All right, let's go there because I was going to bring it up, but you brought it up now. So.
That was the most glaring one of the.
That was the worst thing in the whole game.
We've lost 50 yards just in punt returns.
This is what I think. I remember as a kid returning punt. I loved the return punts. right? When I was a little skinny kid, not in this level, but it's a freaking car accident.
Oh,
So you got to catch the ball. And when I was like younger, like I could catch the ball and make a move and get that first guy out of the way and then run. These guys are way faster, and way stronger. And so I'm not, and
I was waiting until you're going to get to that.
No, yeah. And I'm not putting it down. I'm putting him down on this. I don't know that I would want to do it either. But if he doesn't want to do it, he's got to get out of the way and let the next guy do it.
Yeah.
Or Saban just needs to be like, you know what? Because you got to catch those balls. Yeah. And I said that post game, and I noticed
even
it.
If you say,
I noticed it last game too, but this week it was so obvious.
It could have been horrible.
It could have been horrible. Yeah.
Well, I mean, to me, punt returns, especially nowadays, I mean, you rarely see a guy bring a punt back. I mean, they can be game. If you got Jalen Waddle, that's one thing. But I mean, I almost
if you
say
have Javi Arenas. Remember him?
Right. Oh yeah.
Christian Jones.
Oh yeah.
That guy could return some kicks.
Yeah. If you got just some baller back, and he is good. Don't get me wrong. I mean, but you can't hurt more than you help.
Yeah. I just don't think he wants to do it.
Yeah.
I think the tough part about where he's at right now is he's probably knowing that I'm going to make a ton of money. He's probably already making good money, but he's going to make a ton of money at the next level. And you just don't want to get clipped out there returning a punt. Or maybe he just doesn't want to fumble.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Maybe he just doesn't want to make a mistake.
I think it's more nerves about, hey, if I'm have any uncertainty about catching this ball, I'm getting away from it.
Yeah, but the two late in the game, I'm screaming at the TV. But at the same time, and I'm going to say this again, and like I said on the post game, it is like you have to have. Are you a NASCAR guy?
No.
I grew up in a NASCAR family, and I mean, like Sundays at my grandparents' house were NASCAR, one football.
Yeah.
And you get into some of these tracks like Talladega, and you got to have balls of steel.
Oh, yeah.
To get in there going 212 miles an hour and know that the guy in front of you like gets clipped off when you lose that nerve to do that, you can't race anymore.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
you know what I mean by that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not
holding that against him. I don't know if I'd want to.
I've always said, I mean, the guy with the biggest balls is returning punts.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
who was your guys' returner?
Let's see. Oh, Cyrus Jones.
Oh yeah, he was good too.
Yeah, him, and then Eddie Jackson followed him.
Yeah, I remember. I should know all this, and I do, but I forget.
Yeah, Cyrus was damn good at it.
Yeah.
He brought back
Javi Arenas was the best though. I'm no offense to anybody else. Javi Arenas, that dude was amazing.
LSU, the touchdown.
Yes, you remember that one?
LSU was insane.
He was just like he was made to do it. He was the perfect
body style.
Kind of thick but short, and that quick. Like you got to have that first. It all comes down to me to that you catch the ball and you do that quick sidestep before they know. It's like a basketball player.
You got to be able to juke out of the way.
You juke the first
defender,
guy. Boom, and
then you stick it. Yeah,
and then you stick right, and you look for a block or whatever. Yeah, I'm sure that and I feel bad for him too because Kool-Aid's awesome, man. I mean, I think this is Kool-Aid the biggest issue that Kool-Aid
I feel bad for a punt returner when they drop a ball to lose the game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, he's got time to get better and learn and all that. I mean, he's just got to figure it out. But if you don't want to do it, just put the guy in there with the best hands. He may not be able to return punts very well, but you just know he's not going to drop the ball and then move on.
I think that
because a turnover, a drop punt, a muff punt turnover is one of the worst turnovers outside of a block punt.
Right.
Is the worst turnover in football.
Think about this though. I put myself in this category, right? Didn't grow up with a lot of money. Okay. Had to really work hard to get where I'm at. And I'm not going to be where he's going to be at. And I don't know I really have never been to his house. I don't know, what his parents make or, where he comes from. but he's like 4 games and the playoffs or whatever Alabama does away from a pot of gold. And that makes it tough to me, man. Like,
see, I don't think that's
you don't even think that way?
No, I don't think so. I think he just doesn't want to hurt the team. I think he gets nervous about, I think he just thinks about, I might drop this. I'm getting out of the way.
Right. Like, I don't want to make a mistake here.
Yeah.
And cost the guys. That could be it too. Well,
I mean, you think that he dropped the one that rolled 15 yards and they'd have gotten the ball. I mean, that's where I think we were still down 4 at that point.
Maryland had this guy named Steve Suter, who was like, when they were really good with Ralph Friedgen as head coach, and the dude would like run into the crowd, catch the ball, and then somehow he would end up on the other side of everybody.
Oh yeah,
running down the field. It was like magic. There's an art to doing this.
Oh yeah,
Well,
and again, I always say, like I just said, it takes some balls to catch punts. I mean, I used to, say, man, it is tough throwing a ball when you're about to get just hammered.
Yeah.
But that guy hadn't run 40 yards at a full sprint and just decleated you.
Right.
He's trying to hit you hard, but he's gotten off a few blocks, or maybe he got a clean blitz and he got a 10-yard head start. But man, when you're running a 40-yard dash just with no other intent outside of just ending this guy's career in front of you, I mean,
that was my biggest negative on the game, though.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to be a punt returner or a holder. two worst positions in football.
That's another job. Honestly, Lucy from the Peanuts made that job famous. Pulling the ball back on Charlie so much. But that's another one. I was always afraid to get my finger kicked.
Coach, we used after practice, Bobby Williams, our tight ends coach, he's like, look, I want you to go over there, take a few holds, see how you like it. We need you to go do it. I'm like, yes, sir. I'll be over there after practice. And practice would end, and I'd head straight to the locker room.
Sorry, man.
And he used to give me shit all the time. I was like, coach, I forgot.
Yeah, right. No one to do that job. The things that you don't want to do on the football field. I want my son to learn how to punt, man. That'd be a fun job. If you ever learn, like Burnham can punt, or how about Reichert? I mean,
that guy's he's a handyman.
Oh, he's
with
great.
A foot.
Yeah, he is.
Do whatever you want.
Superfoot.
Yeah.
I love him.
J.K. Scott was our punter when I was there.
Yeah,
that guy.
Dude, we used to have updates on the tailgate show, the one with Barron and Mike and Ben George. And we would just do like a quick segment on J.K. Scott every week. He's got to be in the NFL still.
I think he is.
He's got to be, man.
He'll be up there forever.
Yeah, he's like Reichert will be there forever.
Oh well, I mean, J.K. He wouldn't. You'd never see him out. He didn't drink. He didn't do.
He just kicked.
He was like the only punter. Like usually the specialists are like the guys you're like, if you're going to get experimental, go hang out with those guys.
Yeah, right.
Great guys.
Yeah,
But JK was like, he was in the cold tub at like 5:30 in the morning, seeing the trainers getting stretched out, and then he'd go punt the ball about 80 yards.
No one likes those guys until they really like them. You know what I mean by that? Once you kind of establish yourself, you're the man.
Yeah, if you've got Tim Tebow's personality, you better be pretty damn good.
Yeah, right. Yeah. He won me over. I'm gonna tell you, Tim Tebow won me over.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't mean that as.
I know exactly.
You know
what
I mean.
No, I know.
Because you get a guy with like no flaws.
Yeah,
you're like, all right, there's something.
There's got to be an
there's
issue.
Something here.
I'm going to tell you.
But he's just proven himself to be that guy. I mean, I love Tim Tebow.
Me too, but I didn't.
But you've been around that guy in the locker room, and he's one of those guys that takes a while to I guess come on to and realize he's a really good guy.
This is what happens. Okay, well, first off, let me tell you about Tim Tebow. So Tim Tebow, recruited by Alabama, right? Shula.
Yeah.
And they had it on TV. It was like a show, like this, and they're in the damn guy's house, and they got like Florida Christmas ornaments. You know, he's got like gators everywhere. The mailbox is gators, you know.
Yeah.
And we're spending all of our time trying to get this guy.
Yeah.
And then signing day comes and he's like, oh, shucks, I'm going to Florida. And it's like, well, no shit. And he really was a difference maker. And so there was always this animosity. And then 2008, they beat us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'm at the game and I'm like, we could have beat these guys. Like, we could have beat these guys. Like, and the team knew that too afterwards. You know, Javi stepped out of bounds on a punt return. They had like 4 plays in the game that cost them. And I said on here before, Mike Johnson said we had the wrong goals. He's a 2-time All-American. He said we should have had the goal to win the national championship, not to get to Atlanta.
Yeah.
So the next year, Alabama plays a perfect game. 2009, I'm there. And I'd gotten Gator chomped, and they talk a lot of shit too, Florida fans. You know? And I'm not. Look, I don't have. If you wear jean shorts, I don't have a problem with it. Okay, I don't care if that's your thing. But they're just, they're just walking out of there in 2008. I'm like, these people, man. Like, I'm trying to go out and they're doing this in my face and everything.
Oh yeah.
So the next year, we win, and I see Tebow on the sideline crying. And then I see him interviewed, and I'm like, I love this guy. He's like, I want these guys to win the national championship. They're a great team.
Oh yeah.
I love Alabama. I didn't go there. And I'm thinking like the humility. You can't fake that. In those moments, that's when your real character shows up.
Oh yeah.
Which I would have been like LeBron. I would have hauled ass to the locker room, got my shit out of there. This guy, he's just different, man. But it takes those guys a while to win you over because you're just it's you know what I'm saying? Like he's a special breed, man.
You just can't tell. It's like I don't know. You have some of those guys that show up and they're goofy as hell, like a good time, and you all kind of get along. But then you meet that one guy who's
legit.
He just I mean, a lot of times it's not legit.
He's real. He's real. Yeah,
and but you're like questioning, and like they say in that documentary, Swamp Kings. Remember, they're like, there's no way this guy is this way,
right?
And then they get to know him. And they're like, he really is like he's. Going home, studying film, and reading his Bible before he goes to sleep. Yep. And that's great.
He's what you want your kids to be like.
Oh, yeah.
You want to be like him.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
I mean, honestly, like, being around Jay Barker, I always feel like this is the kind of guy that you want to be like. I mean, I'm just going to tell you, Mike, as just a friend, and I hope somebody tells Jay this, I text him on Friday. What are you doing, man? I want to hang out with you. Like, there's a positive energy that people have that you get around and you're like, man, this is legitimately a good person.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean by that?
I've met Jay, I don't know, a handful of times, but that's always the kind of vibe I've got.
That's who he is.
Yeah. Seems like a great guy.
You can't fake that. There's a certain amount of time where it's like, all right, he's a great guy. Why is he hanging out with a scumbag like me?
That's right. No, but I don't think I've ever met anybody who said anything bad about Jay. It's always been
because he's a good dude.
Stuff.
Yeah. So that was the negative of the game. Ever since Ryan Anderson came in here, I'm gonna get you one over here in a second. I'll get you talking here and then load you up. Yeah, I'm going. I got you. I got you a next round koozie.
There we go.
You'll like this. Don't take it home though.
There we go.
Look at that next round. Chris Braswell's sack, and then you saw that Nick Saban said, "Look, if he throws it, we're intercepting it." I love hearing that, man. I just love the fact that we're like figuring it out now.
Oh well, that's the thing is, I mean, when you see that, so when you have receivers at Alabama, I mean, if I've got pretty much a one-on-one matchup, I don't care what my guy's running. I mean, maybe on a deep route where the defender gets a little bit physical and he gets knocked off his route and he's not able to finish, with the right angles. You kind of get thrown off. But usually, man, especially in that coverage, you get a curl or, that's I think either a curl or a comeback. I mean, when Amari Cooper's running that, when Ardarius Stewart's running that, Calvin Ridley, I mean, they're gonna everybody was so afraid of them. You know, when they make a break, when they stick, they're so explosive, they couldn't keep up. And I don't know what Terry and Arnold will do against those guys or Malachi Moore, but when you see that as a quarterback, when a guy mirrors those sticks and that comeback, it makes you start second guessing every throw you make, because then you start wondering, okay, if I do anticipate and throw this, like he's going to beat him and he doesn't, that's a pick six.
Yeah.
You know,
So you got to worry about that.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you know, you're taught to anticipate and throw it before he breaks.
Right.
Or he's just coming out of his break, but that's kind of anticipation that your guy's going to win too.
Yeah. I love watching
Right.
Campbell break down the field with the ball, and then that's when things went crazy at R&R Cigars.
I wish I could have seen.
I wish you'd
the
been
stadium.
there, man. Yeah, in the stadium. I don't know, man. I hate to say this, but I just going to the games. I don't feel like the concessions are up to my par yet, you know. So, and when they get that all figured out, I'll come back.
Oh yeah.
And we talked about this before. When I can get a drink in like
that's the biggest key to the
5
game.
minutes or less, I'll be back.
That's the biggest key to going to a game versus staying at home is literally the bathroom and the fridge.
Yep, that's it.
And if the atmosphere is greater than those two factors, then that's when I go to games.
Yeah. I was like, I had that moment, like I was out there and I'm like, do I go? Do I not go? Do I go? Do I not go? I'm like, I don't feel like going. You know, like I'm just going to walk down there and got a burger and went over there. And I enjoyed it, man. Like I've been to so many games in person.
Yeah.
I think that if this team goes to the playoff, I'll probably go.
Yeah.
You know,
this would be a great team to watch in the playoff.
Yeah.
You know,
because if they figure it out, if they do 2 quarters a game of what we saw in the second half, watch out, man.
Oh yeah. And Jalen again, man, he's figuring it out. Well, the
offensive line was a little better too.
They were.
They're getting the young guys are starting not to
a lot better.
They're not getting their ass kicked anymore.
Yeah, it was a lot better. And when you've got Jalen running the ball as well, and you're incorporating those receivers in that blocking scheme.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be dangerous if we get a really, really balanced offensive look.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys, Jalen, again, like we were talking, Jalen just got to figure out how to not take the beating that he takes when he runs the ball.
He's so tough, but man, yeah, maybe read the blitzes a little bit better.
No, I'm talking when he's running. I mean, I saw him take a shot right in the head. I mean, I guess it was in the fourth quarter. But I was like, dude, you got to get down. And I've made this statement prior, and we talked about this as I was telling you earlier. It's like it's running the ball as a quarterback is kind of like being a bully. You got to pick your battles. The ones you know you're going to win, take them on. But when you know you're about to get mauled, you got to get down. And I mean, some of those runs I saw him make, like the one on the sideline, he stiff arms the guy, and I mean that's the one. Hey, take him on.
Yeah.
When you got one guy on your back and you see 2 coming, you can't sit there and try to fight run over a guy when you're already handicapped.
I still don't think he's 100% running, but he's getting there again, in my opinion. And I know we differ.
He looked pretty good.
We differ on our feelings on maybe something happened before that Texas A&M game, but I still don't think he's got. When he's 100%, he is the fastest guy on the field. He was pretty fast this week.
Yeah, fast, and he's huge.
Well, who wants to bring that dude down, man? That's like I used to play football with this little guy, and his move would be run at you and then just take your legs out. Like you know what I'm talking about? Like you're in the same team.
Fake you out like he's going to hit you in the head.
Yeah, like you would come around the corner with the ball, and then you'd be like, you want to truck him, and then he would like just roll up under your legs, and you'd be like fly in the air. You know what I'm talking about? I
know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. You're like dive in the air, like
the little guy's got to figure it out somehow.
Yeah, right. He's going right for your ankle. You know. I don't know that I'd want to be the guy to have to take him out on a dead sprint, but
that's like I used to watch guys. I mean, if you go back and watch some of those games in 2015, and it's so funny. Like I'd hand it to Derek and I'd turn around and I'd watch him run, and safeties would come hauling ass on a straight line. He'd be running this way. They'd haul ass on a straight line and take the wrong angle on purpose just so they could kind of try to either catch him from the back or get him from the side.
Yeah.
Taking him from head on just was not an option.
No. Well, he was such an animal, man. Like,
oh, man, I tell you. I mean, I wouldn't want to
freight
tackle
train,
him,
dude.
you know.
And the speed. I was in Jacksonville one time, and they were playing the Jaguars were playing the Titans. And he's just throwing dudes around. And it got to the point where they didn't want to tackle him.
Is that when he made it like a 99-yard
Yeah,
run?
yeah. They just didn't want to touch him anymore.
Oh, yeah. They were done.
Yeah, like just like everybody in the bar is like, oh.
I don't tweet much, but I tweeted after that one like 90-yard run.
He's like stiff arming guys and stuff.
He stiff armed one guy, and it was pretty impressive.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
second guy, he like grabs him and just tosses
Throws him out of the way.
bar.
Yeah. That's how it was. The running game was good. The offensive line run blocked, but Chase McClellan had his best game. I think his best game as an Alabama running back. He got tough runs, just wouldn't go down. And and the other thing is
physicality. It looked like he was timing up his runs a little.
Yeah,
bit.
he's getting better at it. Yeah. And also like waiting on the blocks and finding the holes, and that takes experience.
It's so weird. It seems like there's some guys who, I mean, some guys take their time and pick their holes, and then some guys are so good at just getting it and just hammering the hole.
Right.
I mean, seems like he's really starting to figure out get comfortable back there.
Mm-hmm.
Reading his blocks and understanding when he needs to hit the hole and when he needs to keep working the scheme. So
Jermaine Burton had two, and I think the best catch he ever had at Alabama. He caught the ball, and then he's like,
that one over the middle,
and then he
over route,
he just comes right through, and like you're like, okay, how did he catch that? And then how are they not tackling him? Right now? We're not turning the ball over a lot, Milroe got hit and fumbled, but the running backs don't fumble the ball. And the turnovers. I mean, they did have a turnover, but they get turnovers too. This defense,
the one interception, it's man coverage, he throws it up there, and Hope Burton makes a play. It looked like he got a little off balance and couldn't at least keep it from being intercepted. Understand the throw. It's just one of those that happens 10% of the time.
Yeah,
unlucky bounce. Defender made kind of a lucky play, and it is what it is.
Yeah.
But again, overall, man, I like Jalen a lot. He had a few overthrows, but
you've been on him. You've said from the beginning, you were kind of at the beginning. You're like, I like him.
Yeah, I mean, after that Texas game, that's when he made throws I didn't think he could make. Made a few bad throws too, but at least you could see the potential in him.
Yeah,
And again, the media and the fans. I mean, they put such a high standard on a guy who starts his first 3 games. It's just
he's a sophomore.
Yeah,
I've been reminded about that a few times.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we've been spoiled, man. I mean, it's like the guy, like watching the NFL last night, and it's Tua against Jalen Hurts, and you're like, and they're just doing crazy shit out there.
Oh yeah.
Those teams are going to be in it to the end.
Oh yeah, they might. Well, I don't know if they're not in the same division, are they?
No.
Yeah, so that could be a Super Bowl matchup.
I could see that. Really, this year's NFL. Don't sleep on the Ravens.
Don't
sleep on the Ravens. About that win they had.
Tua's, he's one who just went through the ringer with the media the last couple of years, and now look at him.
Yeah.
And Mac, I think, is.
I can't believe, honestly, dude. I can't believe he's turned into the player he's turned into.
Man, when I came and saw Tua,
can't even believe it.
I saw his first spring game when he had been in Alabama for like 3 weeks. I remember walking through the tunnel, and I see him he throws an over route, but he's pressure. He steps up in the pocket and he throws it way before he's supposed to. I mean, just anticipated and got the ball out. And I was like, I think I was still standing next to Ellis Ponder. I was like, who in the hell is that?
Yeah.
And he was like, that's our new freshman. That's Tua.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn. I remember hearing the name. I was like, he's as good as advertised. And I had seen one play. I was like, this guy's going to be good.
Yeah. I went on an exchange program to University of Hawaii, and didn't know much about the place. And you play sports out there, but just pickup games and stuff. And I was on the rugby team, the UH rugby team. And I got to know a lot of like Samoan dudes and guys from Hawaii. And I was just so blown away at how fast they play and how talented those guys are. That island it's crazy how many good players they have now.
Most of them go to Oregon and USC.
Yes,
I feel like.
or BYU.
Yeah.
Or BYU too. Yeah, and some Washington.
You'd think Hawaii would be better.
Yeah, but they don't.
But they don't get any of the guys, I guess.
A lot of the big
Which
time.
is surprising. You'd think they'd stick around and.
Well, if they built like a legitimate program and they got the guys, the Samoan guys and the locals and stuff, they'd have a pretty good team. But when Alabama got him, and there was another guy, I forget his name, but they had another guy too from out there that was on defense that was pretty good. And I'm like, man, these guys we're okay. Oh, yeah. To'o. Yeah, I think he was out there too, right?
Oh, yeah.
But it's man,
Tennessee though.
Yeah, transferred. Yeah. But I mean, like Tua, I was disappointed when his brother transferred to Maryland because it'd be his job right now this year.
Yeah, man. Sometimes you just leave.
You want it now, but think about the players you have around you. You're at Maryland and you got a decent team, but you don't have
How old was his little brother? How old is he now? Is he a senior now?
I don't know what year he is, but I'll tell you that I broadcasted a county high against Thompson high school football game as the play-by-play guy, and it was 59-17 at the half.
Yeah.
At the half. And that guy was it was like watching another Tua.
Yeah.
And
he's right-handed, isn't he?
Yeah, right-handed too. No, he's a right-hander, but he's good too. But I guess you look at you look at the quarterback room, and when Bryce Young shows up, you're like, all right, man. Hey, great knowing you guys.
That's right.
You don't want to wait,
That's right.
And he's had a good career too.
Well, that's what it's tough when a guy that comes in younger than you beats you out. You have no idea, how long they're going to stay, or I mean, it just. You got to see it through 1 year and then see what happens.
Yeah. But I thought this was. I could tell Saban felt the same way I feel. This was fulfilling. You run to the student section. You talked about the video that got leaked.
Oh yeah.
He gets the rivalries.
He loves the Tennessee rivalry. He's what. I think a couple of years ago, somebody asked him about which one carried more weight, Auburn or Tennessee, and he mentioned Tennessee being a bigger rivalry than Auburn.
Yeah, it is. They're doing their end now.
That's what some people. I don't know. I mean, I feel like I grew up with. I don't know who I hated more, Tennessee or Auburn.
You grew up and we kicked their ass all the time. I was in school, we lost to them all.
People that were old enough to understand the Philip Fulmer deal,
yeah,
because I didn't understand that until now. But when he snitched on everybody, that's when. There's a hate for Tennessee back in the day, but
there was.
That one really, I think that put it over the top for.
It did.
It
did.
Older people like you.
Yeah, thanks. I don't consider myself that old. Then I look back. And I'm like we were talking about all the Tennessee games.
Well, you were in school and
yeah. I had him. I think I told you I had him on my University of Alabama pregame show. I started a pregame show at Alabama,
he got pissed at you,
and he got pissed at me, and then he's like screaming at me, and I thank God it wasn't live. It was recording it, and I'm like, holy shit! I just got yelled at by Philip Fulmer.
It'd been pretty good for you had it been live.
I should. You know what? The mistake was I should have just played it on the show. And he was going off.
Oh yeah, you should have played it.
I was so scared. I was
blew it. Do you still have it?
I have the interview. I don't know if I have that part of it.
Too bad.
Yeah, I know. You don't know better. You just don't know at that age. That's gold,
Oh yeah.
Back then, I'm like, okay, well, maybe this interview went over 5 minutes.
Now people do that just to get that kind of reaction.
They try to get the reaction.
Yeah.
I've actually met him. I know him. I like him. I've told you that. So it's what they're doing Alabama is doing with Nick Saban is what he did. Not to the same level, but, like run the football, play good defense, win at the line of scrimmage. Like the same shit wins.
Oh, yeah.
Like the same shit wins. Like I don't know what I honestly, I'm so torn on like what happened with the cheating and everything else, because I just don't know.
Yeah.
I know that somebody within the athletic department sent stuff to the NCAA that they didn't have to send, that got us in trouble, even more trouble from what I understand, allegedly. So maybe part of that's on us, and what we've kind of found out is, like you try to clean all that stuff up, but at the same time, you don't want to turn yourself in.
Oh, yeah.
so I don't.
Less is more with the
I don't know. But you know what I like now is that the NCAA is so insignificant that it doesn't even matter anymore.
Well, I mean, that's the most corrupt organization. I mean, again, if I don't know what happened with, kind of what happened with some of these guys. I mean, you're not going to get the best player 10 years ago while he was playing could have taken whatever money he wanted. It didn't matter because the NCAA wasn't going to take their money makers out of the game.
Right.
Until after they graduated and it was all over.
Yeah.
I mean, Reggie Bush, they could have
given him his Heisman back, man.
Yeah, I mean,
give him his Heisman back.
I mean, that is crazy to me.
The
I wouldn't have given it back.
Well, the other thing is like where they want to, like basically like not count wins. Get out of here with that. You know what, man? Like if you won on the field, you won the game. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not into all that.
I don't know. They gave me back my Ole Miss win, so I'll take that.
You guys went undefeated.
You got to tip my cap to Hugh Freeze. Thanks, Mike.
Auburn's got some issues right now.
Yeah. Hugh Freeze gave me my first offer, and he gave me an undefeated season.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta appreciate that.
Yeah. I didn't know that. I didn't even know that. I knew that they got.
And I'm joking about Hugh. I love Hugh Freeze.
I know you know all these guys.
Yeah, I love Hugh Freeze, but
different world. But I've never had an issue with him.
Yeah,
the only thing I don't like about him, and I mean this is personal, is that when I heard the story that he made the girl with the Grateful Dead shirt take it off, I'm like.
I didn't hear. See,
that's where you start. Now that's where you cross the line with somebody like me. You start making people take their Grateful Dead gear off. Now we got a problem. We're not going to have those skeletons in here. Those bears, out of here.
All right, so that's where we're going to draw the line.
That's where I draw the line. That's where I was like, okay, I don't like this guy. He's not my kind of guy. If I was him, I would have been like, hey, where'd you get that? I like what you're doing.
Like what you're working with.
Yeah. Good taste. Good taste in tunes. I thought that this, honestly, man, I enjoyed every bit of this, man. Every bit of it. I'm glad that they kicked our ass in the first half.
I did like it. It was almost sweeter that, it was kind of like, because that kind of proved it was like, you had your best half and you could not have played better in the first half. We took all your shots and now we're just going to bully you till the end of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it was. I mean, no doubt who the better team was. Joe Milton played the game of his life in the first half. And that was, I mean, they gave us their best shot.
The question I have now is I'm wondering who I think we got to have Georgia go undefeated. I really do feel like the SEC champ is not necessarily in the playoff if Georgia isn't number one and they win, or if we beat them, like as a one-loss team. Because if Florida State wins out and I think a one-loss Pac-12 team,
one-loss Oregon,
or Washington goes undefeated, they're in.
Yeah,
and Michigan's not going to lose or Ohio State's not going to lose. One of those two's getting in. And I just feel like the SEC doesn't have enough premier programs this year. There's not a lot of SEC teams that are in the top 25, but you want Ole Miss to keep winning.
Yeah,
because that helps you.
Georgia. That's it.
And you got that game.
And Alabama, Georgia, they don't fit the narrative right now, you know?
Well, they don't. But I look, I would say
if
that,
Alabama and Georgia play any of those teams, though, they're going to play them close.
Yeah, right. And they'll
You know?
probably win anyway, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's the optics.
No, I know. Yeah, it's all about. I tell you, maybe it's a good idea to what is it, Iowa? That offensive coordinator's got a contract where he's got to average a certain amount of points a game.
Yeah.
We just need to do that with everybody.
Yeah. Well, they had a guy say, "Hey, you got to get style points matter if you're Alabama." And honestly, I believe that. You lose to you beat Arkansas, but it felt like a loss because you didn't finish the game, and then they go and score 3 points against Mississippi State at home, and then now all of a sudden you that doesn't look like that great of a win. And
no.
But you know what? If you're Alabama, you still just got to take care of business. I mean, this LSU game, and we're not going to get into that today, but they're a tough team. They could beat us, but if you win, it's not that big of a win.
Yeah.
You know what I mean by that?
Well, the problem
because they've lost twice.
If you look at Alabama and their full potential, where, I mean, if you think about when they played at their best, there's not many teams that can beat them. But our problem is Achilles' heel is penalties, turnovers, just dumb football.
Yeah, that's right.
And, again, we keep teams in the game when we play stupid, and we've done it a lot. Then we go play Tennessee in the second half. And, again, that team right there, I don't know if anybody's beaten that team.
The second half Alabama?
Yeah.
It's a damn good team right there.
I mean, that's a top 4 team in the country, without a doubt.
Yeah. Saban might be doing his best job as a coach.
I think he loves coaching a team like this.
I do too.
I think he loves it.
I do too.
know?
I do too, man. I do too. I think the great coaches, I was a huge Gary Williams basketball fan. And when he was at Maryland, like he was the same way. Like he's going to take the team and they're going to improve every single game and get better. Like not everyone has that ability.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you think about last year's team, people were talking about how it was going to be the best Alabama team that had ever
megastars.
Had ever stepped on a
2
football
megastars.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, that was one of the most disappointing seasons. And not to disrespect, that team, but they'll
they underachieved.
They didn't live up to the hype or live up to their standard.
I'm going to tell you this right now. I think they could have been the best team in the country, even with the 2 losses.
Had they played the whole year like they played against Kansas State when it seemed like they finally had a fire.
It was the Auburn game when they, when it was like we're more creative on offense.
Yeah,
that they turned the corner. I was so critical of it was just not creative enough.
Yeah.
Not saying Bill O'Brien's not a great coordinator or whatever. He's a great coach, but the game plans, when Lane was there, when Sark was there, when Loxley was there, even with the guy that's the coach of the Giants in the NFL, he's Dable. The creativeness.
Yeah.
And honestly, man, Tommy Rees is being creative.
Man,
you can see it coming.
This week was the first time I felt like, man, we gave him a lot to look at, a lot to digest in a short period of time. Motions, movements, different options, quarterback runs. That second half, it looked like Tennessee was having a hard time picking up all that motion, all that commotion.
Right. What are we doing?
Hard to account for.
Where
all
are they
that.
going?
Yeah. And
right.
you can't dial up pressures. You can't be very dynamic on defense when you're sitting there thinking about, oh God, how do we cover all this? It's kind of like moving fast. I mean, I used to love 2-minute offense because you're hurrying up, lining up. Defenses couldn't communicate and have intricate pressures. I mean, when you move fast and you got a lot of shit going on, more stuff for the defense to digest, they just can't do as much. They can't be as creative on defense. I mean, at that point, it's, again, how do I cover this? How do I line up? And then how do I cover it? You're thinking less about, okay, this is where this guy is. This is where they're going to be. And I get to just rush the quarterback. It's more like, oh shit, this guy's moving. Where is he covered? Are we good? Are we good?
Yeah, right.
Oh God, now I got to rush.
Yeah,
I
right,
mean,
right.
it's all that movement, all that confusion. I love it.
2 4th down stops in the game that were.
That's another thing I'd talk about.
And they
too.
should have punted the damn ball both
Does it
times.
seem like? I mean, I feel like 4th down. Going for it on 4th down has become so much more prevalent nowadays, and
because of video games.
And it's the dumbest. I mean, I guess, but I mean,
ball.
No, I'm glad. Hell, I'm glad he did it.
Yeah, me too.
But I'm sitting there like, whew, man, you got to have some nuts to go for
I
it
know.
on 4th here.
Well, especially when Tennessee's got a good defense too. Like it's a momentum thing. It's not just you give the ball away. It's like a turnover, but at the same time, it's momentum.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's you go for it on 4th down in some of those situations, and it's like, man, what are you trying to say? It's almost, if you're on defense, you're almost like, what are you trying to say, man?
Yeah, right.
I don't get all these 4th down to going for it on 4th down, and unless you're just dominant, rolling over this team, and you're trying to run out clock. It's just wild to me how these coaches are rolling the dice like they are.
Stadium was great. Saban gave them credit. Let's talk about some other games and wrap this up. How did you do? I was 2-2 this week.
I had a hell of a week outside of Auburn. My lock,
I took Auburn too, but it's a win for me.
Yeah, made no sense.
To be honest with you, it's a win. I told you that last week. I said, if they win. Or they cover, it's a win, and if they lose, it's a bigger win for me.
Yeah, if they lose, the Bugs still suck.
Yeah.
But no, I had let's see, Florida State, Alabama. Who was my other one? And then I lost Auburn, and then golly, who was the other one? This is an SEC.
That's a big win for Ole Miss too. Like to go in there and win. I saw Lane Kiffin's post game. And he's right on the money. He's like, winning in here is tough.
Yeah.
Look at the statistics, and he's right.
Oh, I mean, yeah. You got,
and they dominated the second half.
Yeah, it's loud, and you got, like you said, Auburn Jesus on your side.
I don't know what that guy's all about.
That's right.
I lost the USC. I thought USC would win and cover. They obviously didn't. They lost, and then but I felt like that was a coin flip. And then the Ole Miss, Auburn. I won Alabama. I took Alabama, and then and I knew Ohio State was going to beat Penn State. Like I knew it. Like I told you, we wait for Penn State to win these games.
That was it. I had Ohio State.
Yeah, we both did, and I was really comfortable with that. And then I'm watching the game, and I'm like, I just don't think.
And I'll be honest,
the SEC beats those kind of teams.
Oh, I think so. Penn State to me is so overrated. And look, I mean, Ohio State beat a Notre Dame team that by 4 or 1.
Yeah, but at the end of the game on the last play, when they had 10 guys on the field.
Yeah, I mean that's not. They're not all that good.
Yeah,
again, you got the elite teams. Alabama can be one of them. Ohio State can be elite. It just depends on where they end up at the end of the year.
Okay. Final thoughts before we wrap it up on a cigar show.
Hey, Tennessee plays the game of their life in the first half. Defense shows up, does everything they can to keep them below 20 points. And then here comes Jalen in the second half and wears their ass out.
I love it. I love it. Guys, don't forget, elephant in the room. Make sure that you're a subscriber to Roll Tide Pods. Comment. Love to hear from you guys. And don't forget, we're brought to you by MyBookie. Use the promo code next round for the 100 or the 110% match if it's your first bet. I think it's a pretty good deal. MyBookie.ag. And if you need any help with your picks, Lance's Lock. Check them out. Jake, fun show, man.
Enjoy it every time.
They go fast.
I know.
I mean, I got to get you out.
Like I've been in here in 15 minutes.
I know. It's
been
like
here for 15 minutes.
We're normally like, let's keep going. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us and Roll Tide. We'll talk to you again this week.